Okay, Sister Renee, y'all, we ready.
Recording has started.
Praise Yah. Should I go ahead or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Praise Yah. Psalm 87 reads, His foundation is in the holy mountains. Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of Elohim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab, and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, this man was there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people that this man was born there, Selah. As well the singers as the planners on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. You ready now, Elder? Can
yes,
you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Praise ye Yahweh. Sing unto Elohim a new song, and his praise in the congregation of the saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the dance. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For Yahweh taketh pleasure in his people. He will beautify the meek with salvation. Let the saints be joyful and glorious. Joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Let the high praises of Yahweh be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand, to execute vengeance upon the heathen, and punishment upon the people, to bind their king with chains, and their nobles with.
The recording has started.
To execute upon them the judgment written. This honor have all his saints. Praise ye Yahweh. Hallelujah.
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 Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called By the Rivers of Babylon. We will use this presentation as we use all our presentations to make a distinction or difference between what Yahweh has said and done and what man has rumored of doing. Before we get started, I would like to give thanks and praise to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And I would like to also ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. Yahweh, our strength and our redeemer. Again, the rumor is America, Britain, Rome is the new or the second Babylon. And this rumor comes by way of the New Testament, the Christendom, the Roman Catholic Church. There is a book, I'm not going to go into it, called The Two Babylons. and it is written by Alexander Hislop, Hislop, and it is a book revealing the true manner and nature and origin of Christendom. They relate their practices to the ancient practices of Nimrod and his wife. And they have carried that practice all the way today. Well, the book called The Two Babylons is revealing all of those things. But mind you, the man that wrote the book is called Reverend Alexander Hislop. So he is pointing the finger at his brother. For how can two walk together except they be agreed? And all of the Christian theology that this man signed himself under belongs to the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church, they don't decree these things, but it is known by similarity that they are practicing the ancient practices, the ancient heathenistic practices of Nimrod and his wife. So we're going to use this presentation to expose this rumor, and we're going to use it to show all that Yahweh said and done, and we're going to use it in comparison to ourselves today. And we're going to do so, first and foremost, I would love to use a few words from Proverbs and Psalms to warn the people that they may lend an ear and hear all that Yahweh has said and fear him and depart from evil. And then we will get right into the presentation. So let us all at this time get ourselves in Holy Scripture, a pen, and a piece of paper where we may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will bring forth this day. And the first place we would love to go to by way of warning is found in the book of Psalms. I will continue with Psalms as our sisters read Psalms 87 and 149. Now let us all please turn our scriptures to Psalms 78. And let's read the first 8 verses with understanding. Psalms 78. And it tells us in Psalms 78, if we all turn there, please. And it reads in the first 8 verses, "Give ear, O my people, if you call yourself his people, if you avouch to be his people, if you are a man or woman walking on this earth, breathing his breath or his wind, his spirit, then the Almighty tells us, give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth, nobody else's. Even if it's your brother or your sister, if they come out of their mouth not quoting what Yahweh said, then you ought to reprove them. You're not to accept those things. There's always going to be controversies. Thus, the Almighty has set up an office for that. So we always was to question anything that came out of our brothers and sisters' mouth when they said, Yahweh said, and he have not spoken. So it continues to tell us in the second verse, I, the Creator himself, will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard. The prophet Asa is saying, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, not as we know, showing to the generation to come, even this generation, the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he alone have done. For he, singular, established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, as we are doing this day, that the generation to come might know them. How else will they know them if you don't teach them, if you don't show them? You mean you have a better way than your maker? It reads in the 6th verse, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who shall arise and declare them to their children. Why? What is the importance? It reads that they might set their hope, no matter what people are saying. If our hope is set, it don't make a difference what the rumor is today. For it tells us that they might set their hope in Yahweh and not forget the works of Yahweh, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers. And we're going to show how they winded up in Babylon. We're going to show why Babylon had the children of Israel, and we're going to show who allowed it. So it allows us to know that Yahweh is in control, even today. And might not be as their father, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit is broken, breached, was not steadfast with Yahweh. And I'll just use one proverb, and the proverb that we will use with this presentation called By the Rivers of Babylon is Proverbs 3. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Proverbs 3 and warning, and then we'll get straight into the presentation. Proverbs 3, giving more advice that we should cleave to as we study and listen to this great presentation. It tells us in the very first verse, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For note, for length of days and long life. Long life is not 25, 35, 45. And peace. Peace is not when you are stressed out every day, you are angry, you are being oppressed, you are afflicted, you find yourself working day and night working yourself to death, that is not peace. The Almighty told our fathers when they were in the wilderness that you were not to do these things until I bring you into peace, until I bring you into the land that I promised you, until you are safe from all your enemies. That is peace. So y'all need to knock that Shabbat Shalom stuff. You don't realize how stupid you sound, knowing good and well how stressed out you are. And it shows how stressed out you are just by you even posting something like that. It tells us, Israel, and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy, please take note, what we strive for, what we hope in. Let not mercy and truth, his mercy in these words, forsake you, bind them about thy neck, write them upon the table of thy heart. And if they are there, there is no man or woman on this earth can deceive you with these words. If you have bind them about thy neck and write them upon the table of thy heart, so shalt thou find favor, note, and good understanding, good success in the sight of Yahweh and your brother and sister. Trust not in man, but in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding, which we do each and every day, especially when we teach our sons and daughters that this land is ancient Babylon or any other land besides Babylon. It reads, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and that's what we're doing today. I heard the rumor. I've been knew the rumor. Well, we're addressing the rumor today. And we are addressing the rumor by acknowledging all that Yahweh has said. And he shall direct thy paths. Be not wise in thy own eyes. That's a fool. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. For why, it reads, it shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones. Honor Yahweh with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thy increase. So shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. My son or daughter, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, and we are truly being chastised this day. But the wise will not despise what has befallen him, because of the hope that he has in his Maker. The 11th verse reads, my son, despise not the chastising of Yahweh, neither be weary of his correction. For whom Yahweh loves, he corrects. And he loves his children. He loved the children that he created. He loved the people that he has chosen. So much, as it reads again, for whom Yahweh loves, he corrects. Even the same, an example, even as a father the Son in whom he delights. Happy is the man that finds wisdom. You're not sad. You're not upset. You're justified. Happy is the man that finds wisdom and the man that get understanding, for it is the principal thing. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. And I love this 14th verse, and there's many other verses in the book of wisdom that speak such wisdom. For the merchandise of it, of wisdom, and especially if you have understanding, is better than the merchandise of silver and the gain thereof than fine gold. And a lot of times when we find ourselves angry, oppressed, stressed out, afflicted, hopeless, you need to understand that you are doing just well. The Almighty speak about a man that fear him and departs from evil, that loves him and trusts in him. What the Almighty said, you will see 1,000 falling at thy left side and 10,000 falling at thy right side, but none should come nigh into thee. And a good example that I used recently is this COVID, the diseases that the Almighty said that you would know nothing about, that you didn't see in Egypt, that you didn't see in Babylon, but you're going to see it somewhere else that you find yourself captive. And that somewhere else is America. And they had COVID, and many of us died. But many of us were saved from that. And it didn't have nothing to do with you. It just didn't befall you because Yahweh didn't allow it. It failed on your right hand and it failed on your left. But it never afflicted thee because of Yahweh's mercy and truth. We had top scientists and doctors with face masks on and taking injections and everything. We had people cleaning their house 3 times a day. But in the same breath, we had the afflicted. We had Yahweh chosen, all in the hood, all in the ghetto. Can't afford a mask, can't afford the shot, don't even have the mindset to even do these things because they so afflicted. But it didn't fall them. They wasn't even wearing a mask, and it didn't befall them. How could that be? Could it be the mercy and the truth of Yahweh? Absolutely. That's why it didn't afflict you. You might have got sick. You might have came down with a cold. Your nose might have ran, but it did not afflict thee to destroy thee. The Almighty allowed you to get right back up as you are this day. Thus it tells us again, in the 15th verse, allowing us to know how much mercy Yahweh have truly shown you when he allowed you to understand the knowledge of the holy. For it tells us again in the 15th verse, she is more precious than rubies. and all the things. Note, your brother ain't making these things up. I'm quoting what is written. All the things thy can desire are not to be compared into her. Do you realize how rich you are now? Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths, all the paths of wisdom and understanding are peace. You want some peace? Get some understanding. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is every one of you that retains her. I hear all these rumors, and I hear our people been crying. Our people been crying since the election, and after the election, they are crying. And a lot of times people say, well, no, we got to come together and cry. But Brother Samuel have told us over and over again, Yahweh hear our cry. He hear our cry when you don't hear your cry. You don't even realize you crying. You think you being smart. You think you smarter than the government. You think you this, that, and another. That is a cry. Because you are enduring affliction. It tells us Yahweh by wisdom hath founded the earth. By understanding have he established the heavens. By his knowledge, the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew. My son or daughter, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. Be able to make a difference. So shall they be life into thy soul, and grace or mercy to thy neck. Then shall thou walk in thy way safely, when you have wisdom and understanding, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid, because of the mercy and truth. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, nor the rumors of the heathen, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes, because it's going to come. Yahweh requires that which is past. And all the enemies of Israel have been destroyed according to our past. For Yahweh shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. Withhold not good from them. Note how we are to deal with our brothers and sisters while we wait on Yahweh. It says, withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give. And that's what a lot of Trump policies is telling us today. And note, I'm speaking about Trump policies because they teach that United States is known as the two Babylons, or the second Babylon, or the modern Babylon. Well, modern Babylon got rules set to oppress you, to afflict you. and you have no powers in your hands to resist it. The only power you have is taking heed to this mercy and truth. Thus it tells us in the 20th verse, by his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down to dew. My son, let not them depart from thy eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. So, where we left off, so shall they be life into thy soul and grace into thy neck. Then shall thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it comes, for it shall truly come. For Yahweh shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, this is where we left off, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give, when thou hast it by thee. Devise not evil against thy neighbor. And there are many policies in Trump administration that is truly evil against us and who they call the minority, seeing we dwell securely by him. And we do. We depend on a good policy. Other than that, we're going to mourn. We're going to cry. Strive not with a man without cause, if he had done thee no harm. Envy thy not the oppressor, as we do each and every day, and choose none of his ways. We choose all of their ways. We live therein. For the forward is an abomination to Yahweh. And these men, Nimrod, the Catholic Church, Christian Dome, all that mess is forward. And in the eyes of Yahweh is an abomination. But it's secret. This wisdom we teaching about, this mercy and truth that we teaching about is with the righteous. The curse of Yahweh is in the house of the wicked. Our fathers became wicked, and Yahweh placed a curse in the midst of them. But he blesses the inhabitation of the just. There's only two ways to go. You either going to obey or you will not. You either going to be blessed or you going to be cursed. Surely he scorns the scorners, but no, he gives grace, mercy, and truth unto the lowly. The wise shall inherit glory, but shame shall be the promotion of fools. Today's presentation by the rivers of Babylon. We will show what Yahweh has said and done from the end to the beginning, and from the beginning to the end. Thus, let us open up our Holy Scriptures to the book of Genesis, the 10th chapter, please. Genesis, the 10th chapter. And what we find in Genesis, the 10th chapter, is one of the very first renderings of the name Babel, which in Greek is transliterated to Babylon. So when we look in Genesis 10, if we take a look at the 10th verse, I'll start at the 8th verse and read to the 10th verse. Thus it reads, and Cush begat Nimrod. And make sure you read with me. That way you can tell when I add, just like you should be able to tell when your brothers and sisters with the rumor have added or taken away. So make sure you read along. It reads, and Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter. And when they applied the Roman Catholic Church to the practices of Nimrod and his wife, one thing I do agree on, and that is it says that he was a mighty hunter. Well, today they're using this Nimrod character as evil. And one thing I do agree with in their similarity is that they are truly mighty hunters. All of Christendom. If you know anything about what they call the Inquisition and how they hung people and killed people just to make them serve the Roman Catholic Church and Christendom, then you know what it means to be a mighty hunter. And today, they are still mighty hunters. But what I need you to know today is you are the prey. And they are preying on you, hoping that they can seduce you to all the heathenistic and paganism that they possibly can. Why? Because they truly know that you are the seed of Abraham, the chosen of Yahweh. No different than Job and Satan. And remember who was behind it all. Who gave Israel in the hand of Babylon? Who gave Job in the hand of Satan? And was he not able to afflict him? The only thing he was not allowed to do was take his life. But he sure endured trials and tribulations to prove that when Yahweh chastises you, it's for your good. And if you have sound wisdom, you know you are only being proven. You know that you are only being tested. So I just wanted to throw that in. As it reads in the 9th verse, he was a mighty hunter. And the people that simulate this Nimrod, who call themselves the Roman Catholic Church, Christendom, and any other paganism, it allows us to know that they are hunting our souls this day. And your brother is trying to save every one of you that he can, because he knows for a fact that you are in the midst of paganism, heathenism, and every other ism and schism that they have documented and have practiced. And they need you to practice the same thing. And the Almighty told us that we would. We're going to get there, but he told us that we would. So a lot of the things that you see today has been prophetically spoken. Yahweh required that which has passed. So it continues to tell us in the 9th verse, and he was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yahweh. And note, let me know when you find his wife, because I haven't found her yet. It reads in the 10th verse, and the beginning of his kingdom was Babel. As I stated, transliterated of the Greeks, it is Babylon, and Iraq, and Akkad, and Chaldea, in the land of Shinar. So this is the first rendering that we find dealing with Babylon. Thus, let us take a look at the 11th chapter. For we are going to prove that the Almighty never said that Babylon would re-arise after he brought forth his destruction upon it. You mean the Almighty lied? You mean that the creation is stronger than the Creator? Thus it reads in Genesis, the 11th chapter, and let's pick up at the very first verse, and please understand what it says. It might help many of you that speak about the language and the language that we use this day, and what language and what names did they call on in ancient times. Well, in the 11th chapter of Genesis, the very first verse reads, and the whole earth was of one language. Everybody spoke one language and of one speech. This speech denotes words. So they were all using one language, which denotes lip, and one speech, which denote words. So we didn't have, as we do today, all this transliteration from these words to another speech or another lip. We didn't have that. Or another language. We didn't have that at this day that we are reading about. But if we understood our book and remember what was said in Genesis 9, it allows us to know that this was a strict violation of what Yahweh prophesied. For he told Noah, his sons, Noah's wife, and their three and Noah's sons' wives to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. Well, this first verse allows us to know that they were not obeying. For it says again, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar. And they dwelt there. And they said, no, a straight violation of Genesis 9. And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, go to, let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach into heaven. And let us make us a name. Note, least we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. But that's what Yahweh wanted you to do. He wanted you to be fruitful and multiply and inhabit the whole earth. But they wanted to stay in this one land, which was known as Shinar, which was none other than ancient Babylon. For it tells us in the 5th verse, and Yahweh came down to see the city. Note, the city, and the tower which the children of men builded. And Yahweh said, behold, the people is one. That is not what I commanded. And they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they, note, the same thing that destroyed the people in the 6th chapter of Genesis, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language. So it allows us to know why many people will be speaking different languages today. We're using this to work ourselves up to the present day. And the present day witnesses, by way of testimony, that we have many nations and people with different lips and different words. And it is designed not by man, but by the Maker, your Creator. It reads, so Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Well, that city is going to be built by those that lived in Shinar. And a lot of us don't understand this Shinar, this Babylon, this Chaldee. All these are the same people. And we found ourselves, at least our father Tyree, living in the same vicinity until the Almighty visited that house and took Abraham. So it tells us in the last verse that I will read, the 9th verse, therefore, the reason is the name of it called Babel. Again, Babel denotes confusion. But it is a name, or Babylon derives from this word Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. That's why we know that many people uses a different lip and different words to explain or to show forth what the Hebrews did or what Yahweh said and done. There are going to be different words used to explain the same thing, and they will be explained by a different lip, as it is this day. The story is that the Holy Scripture from Genesis to Malachi has been transliterated to every lip in the earth. So when you look at the word, you might not see Elohim if it's being spoken by a Greek. You might see the word G-O-D, God. The Hebrew lip pronounces Yahweh. The Jew man, the Christians, the Edomites, and all them, they don't even have the real lip to utter such a holy name. They even admit that themselves. Thus, the first name that they came up with to substitute. So the name they're using is a substitute. Well, to have a substitute, there must have been a real McCoy. And the real McCoy is Yahweh. Thus, the Jew man, the Christian man, the Edomites, they came up with a word called Adonai. Don't sound nothing like Yahweh. They even went a step farther, for they know that that name is holy, so they feared to use that name as they report. So they start replacing the Almighty name throughout the Holy Scripture, which is found over 6,500 times, with the word Lord. The word Lord is not a Hebrew word. The word Lord was never called by the Israelites to Yahweh. The word Lord is what is known as a word of Old English. Old English was created in the 1100s. The Almighty name has been called and known by man and recorded by man 850 BC. That is many, many generations before the Old English is created. And the word L-O-R-D is just as Old English itself. And it was not before the 1100s A.D., or whatever they call it. 1100 C.A., Central Era. How you now pronounce that? Look it up. So we're saying this and bringing this out to let you know why today, and it allows us to know Yahweh required that which is past. It lets us know today that this Bible is true, because today we have many nations and countries that use a different lip and uses different words or uses different speeches. The word speeches denote words. And these different lips and words were used to communicate among your brethren, your neighbor, and the Creator. Thus, in closing, the 9th verse reads again, therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. That's why today, on the face of the earth, there are many nations, many countries that use different lips and different words. Well, the words and lip that was spoken from Yahweh to the chosen, which was the last son of Noah, which was Shem, which is where Abraham came by, for his father's name was Tyree, and he was a descendant of Shem's family. Well, in the 12th verse, the 12th chapter of Genesis, it tells us, and if you read, I'm going to go to the 12th chapter of Genesis, but if you read Genesis 11, the 27th verse to the 31st verse, it allows you to know where Tyre lived in this day. And it was in the same vicinity of Shinar, what we call today Babylon, and what is known as the Chaldean. So Tyre and Abraham actually lived in that area, in that vicinity. But it tells us in the 12th chapter of Genesis, if we read the first 3 verses, now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country. And I chose this route to allow us to reintroduce Babylon back into us, because I just took you in Genesis 10 and 11. I'm going to explain how Yahweh dealt with his chosen people and how his chosen people wind up in Babylon. As they teach today that this is modern Babylon, so his people is in Babylon again, according to their rumor. But we're going to set the record straight and show exactly what Yahweh said about his people being in Babylon and what will happen to Babylon when Yahweh save his people. Thus it tells us in Genesis 12, the very first verse, now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, note, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. And one might say, well, why are you taking us here? Because I'm trying to show you the authority that Yahweh has given his children over all the nations. And if the Almighty is with his children and the Almighty destroyed the nation, how do the nations rise back up? Are the creation greater than the Creator? They must be, if you teaching that today in America, in Rome, in Britain, is modern Babylon. Babylon has been destroyed, brothers and sisters. It tells us, and I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that cursed thee. And in thee shall all the families of the earth be blessed. But that was not all that Yahweh told his chosen. He also told his chosen, if we take a look at the 15th chapter. The 15th chapter of Genesis. He told his chosen in the 7th verse, and he said unto him, I am Yahweh. Please take note. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh, that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. He also told Abram in the same chapter, we pick up at the 13th verse, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. It tells us, and also that nation whom they shall serve, his children, period, will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy father in peace. Just same thing he told King David. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation, your children, not you, Abraham, not you, David. It reads in the 16th verse, but in the fourth generation, they shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces, making the cutting is called cutting the covenant. And the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram, saying, into thy seed have I given, thy seed have I given the land. From the river of Egypt into the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenite, and the Kenzite, and the Kidonites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Rephaims, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. So it allowed us to know that the Almighty said that his seed, Abram's seed, will find themselves in a land that is not theirs. They will be servants and afflicted for 400 years. And the Almighty will visit or save those people by, as it read in the 14th verse, and also that nation whom they serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. That is the hope, that is the mercy, and that is the truth. Thus, it tells us in the 17th chapter of Genesis, if we pick up at the 5th verse, and it reads, neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. For a father, note, and please circle and have this chapter marked, because this is the chapter that your mercy and truth will come back. This is the chapter that the Israelite hope is on. For it tells us in the 6th verse, and I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish, note, my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed. If you are the seed of Abraham, this is the covenant that you are waiting on Yahweh to remember, that he may come and save you and allow you to be his sons and daughters again, as he promised our fathers, and he will be our Elohim once again. Thus it reads, and you shall have these verses marked, for it says in the 7th verse again, and I will establish my covenant between me and you, and thy seed after thee, and their generations. Well, today is a generation. For an everlasting covenant, to be a Elohim into you, and to thy seed after you. And I will give into you and to your seed after you the land wherein thou art a stranger. It's not talking about Egypt, because they ain't in Egypt yet. It's talking about the land of Canaan. All the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. Everlasting. So you are always hoping to go home. When you find yourself in somebody else's house, you are always hoping on these words of hope that Yahweh will take you out of that stranger house and take you to your own home. That's what you waiting and hoping for each and every day that when you wake up. Not to get a good job, not to get a good education, not to have a grandson or a granddaughter, but to be saved. And the 9th verse reads, and Yahweh, well, let me read it as it is written. And Elohim said unto Abraham, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thy and thy seed after thee in their generations. And let me just read the 10th verse, for it allows us to know the sign of that covenant. This is my covenant, which you shall keep between me and you, and your seed after you. Every man child among you shall be circumcised. So the sign of this covenant that will be found in the males of this house is circumcision. And if you study the law of Israel, you don't really find these things in the law of Israel. And one should ask, why not? Because this is an unconditional covenant that Yahweh made with his friend Abram. This is a promise that Yahweh made with Abram, knowing the end to the beginning. He still allowed himself to make a covenant with a man, even knowing what this man will endure, seeing the future, foretelling the end to the beginning. The Almighty still made this covenant with this man. And his seed is to hope in this mercy and in this truth. He also told our fathers that this truth is from generation after generation. If we take a look at the 26th chapter of Genesis, the 26th chapter of Genesis, and let's read the 3rd to the 5th verse. For it reads in Genesis 26, verse 3, sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee, as he told your father. For into thee, he's speaking to Ishmael, and into thy seed, I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath, that which we just read in the 17th chapter, which I swear unto Abraham thy father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and it will give into thy seed all these countries, the 7 countries of Canaan. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge. And note, one of the charges was circumcision. Circumcision is not in the law among the Israelites. But I bet you, if you are a true Israelite and you have taken heed in the mercy and truth, I bet you are circumcised. I bet, even though you find yourself in captivity, if you truly believe in these words and hope in these words, I bet you are circumcised. And I bet your son is circumcised. I circumcised my own son in a doctor's office, but they allowed me to do the actual circumcision because of my belief, because of my hope, and because of this mercy and truth. Again, it reads in the 5th verse of the 26th chapter of Genesis, because that Abraham obeyed my voice. Abraham was 90-some years old, and he had to circumcise himself because he believed his voice. He believed in the mercy and truth. So he even did himself. At that age, because he believed. And he's getting credit for it right now by saying again in the 5th verse, because that Abraham obeyed. That is the greatest thing that a man can do on this earth. And that is obey. Obedience to the word of thy Maker. Thus, it is proclaimed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And one more place that I would love to go to show that these things don't change. They denote generation after generation. And that will be the 35th chapter of Genesis, where he speaks to Abraham's grandson. The 35th chapter of Genesis. Isaac was Abraham's son. Jacob is his grandson. And Yahweh required that which is past. Thus it reads in Genesis 35, verse 12. I'll read the 11th verse. I'll read the 10th to the 12th verse, and it reads, and Elohim said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called Jacob anymore, or thy name shall not be called anymore Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And Elohim said unto him, I am Elohim Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy line. And note the 12th verse, the last verse that I will read, and it says, and the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed, which could be only the Israelites. After thee will I give the land. So far, even though I started off allowing us to see Nimrod, allowing us to see the land that became Babylon, which was called Babel because Yahweh confused their language. We showed out of all the people on the earth, once Yahweh scattered the people, he chose the seed or the house of Shem. And out of the house of Shem came forth Abram. And we showed that the Almighty never spoke about Babylon being the great land that the Creator gives his chosen people, but instead the name was called Canaan. So there can never be a greater kingdom dealing with righteousness, dealing with where the Almighty will abide, greater than the land of Canaan. And we will show that the Almighty establishes that by using Babylon to punish his chosen people because of what they did in that great land. And even today, in comparison, in a similitude, in a likeness, we find ourselves in America and scattered abroad. And the rumor is you found yourself back in Babylon. We find ourselves back under a funky situation. It just ain't Babylon. So we seen what was told to Abram and his seed. Well, in comparison, if we turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 50th chapter, and then we're going to speak a little bit in the book of Exodus to show the similitude, the likeness of our condition today and with the condition that we're about to read about. Because today, the people is sighing. Today, the people is mourning. Today, the people understand that a new king has risen. And they find themselves only oppressed and afflicted. Genesis, the 50th chapter. Thus, we finish on the line where it tells us in Genesis, the 50th chapter, if we pick up at the 24th verse, and it tells us in Genesis 50, verse 24, and Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you and bring you out of this land into the land which he sware unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph is one of the youngest sons of Jacob. Thus, it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. He didn't tell Abraham something and then told Isaac something different and then told Jacob something totally different from the first two. No, Yahweh required that which is past. Here go generation after generation where Joseph speaks. And he says in the 25th verse, and Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, not the world, but of the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you. We just read in Psalm 78 that we were to reveal these things to our children, that they may have hope, in all that Yahweh has said and done. So it tells us again in the 25th verse, and Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from this. And the bones was carried up and placed in the land that was given to Joseph in his house. And it is a testimony and a proof that Yahweh truly visited them, and Yahweh kept his word that he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Joseph's bones was placed in that great land. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt until they moved, or until Yahweh visited. He was buried in the local cemetery, if we compare it today, until Yahweh visited. Exodus, the first chapter, please. Exodus, the first chapter, and let's pick up at the 6th verse, for in continuing in this plight to show forth the story by the rivers of Babylon, it tells us in Exodus, the first chapter, the 6th verse, confirming what we read in Genesis, the 50th chapter, and it reads, and Joseph died, and all, not just Joseph, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And we think about ourselves today. There have been many generations of our fathers dying. But we still find their children needing to be saved. The 7th verse reads, and the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, as we are today. They take census all the time. They got us taking Viagra and all type of sex pills and things, and you don't even know what they got in them. And when you're ready to have a child now, you wonder why you can't have it, because they done killed you. They done killed the inside of you. It's no different than the women being commanded to kill every male child that come out the womb. They just do it scientifically today. It tells us, Israel, now there rose up a new king. Today there is a new king, and his name is Trump. And our people is crying their eyes out. They are worried. They are fearing man, not Yahweh, because they don't know what Yahweh is going to do. They don't know the words that denote mercy and truth. So they find themselves crying, even though they don't realize that they're crying, because of this new king that has rose up over Egypt, it says, which knew not Joseph. These people today don't know Abraham, they don't know Isaac, they don't know Jacob, they don't know Joseph, they don't know Israel. It ain't no different. And he said unto his people, the enemy Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. And when they take the census, they always talk about the houses. They act like they dysfunctional, and many times they are, but it still allows us to know that the Almighty continue to allow that burdened woman to have a house, to where the enemy complain about seeing us. They kill us every day. They hunt us down as we begin to pray. But they constantly see us multiply and wonder why. Because the end to the beginning have already been told. All you doing is playing your part without a script. It tells us, Israel, in the 10th verse, they counsel as they speak in the White House or any other house today. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. Let's put them under programs and let's promise them this and let's make them lazy by giving them this. And it says, come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there fall out any war, they join also into our enemies and fight against us. They, in United States, under President Trump policy, they are kicking out all illegals. Anybody that done came to America on their own, sneaking over the fence, under the fence, through a tunnel, whatever the case is. But one people I noticed they ain't concerned themselves with, and that is you and I. Ain't nobody talking about sending us back. Why not? Could it be because they don't have power to do so? Absolutely. The Almighty told told Moses and Aaron to tell Pharaoh to let my sons and daughters go. And then he told Moses, let me tell you a secret. He won't, because I won't allow it. Because I am here to visit you, to show you and them my mighty hand, my wonders, and my mighty acts. So he can't, but he can disrupt the social fabric of his country all he wants with these other nations, but he can't do it with us. Because Yahweh have a plan, and his children hope in that plan. The 11th verse of the first chapter of Exodus reads, therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them. And we have many taskmasters, many agencies that afflict us because we find ourselves in need, because we need help financially, physically, mentally. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters. But note what the agencies did to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted us, the more we multiplied, even this day, and grew. And they were grieved as they are this day. because of the children of Israel and because of the rest of the so-called minority. They packing up Jamaicans, they packing up Africans, they packing up whoever they can find. But why ain't they packing up you and I? Is it because they have no power to do so? Absolutely. The 13th verse reads, and the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, as we have served with rigor. This day, and ever since we've been here. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage. Our lives have been bitter with hard bondage ever since we got off the ship. In mortar, and in brick, and in all manner of service, in the field, all their service, wherein they made them serve, as it is this day, was with rigor. It just ain't the whip, it's the policy. It ain't just the slave owner that that brought us here on the ships, but it's the government. It's the president. It's the men that rule this country. That have made us serve them in rigor, in all manners of servitude. It also tells us, if we take a look in the 2nd chapter of Exodus, and let's pick up at the 23rd verse. The 2nd chapter of Exodus, and let's read the 23rd to the 25th verse. And it allows us to know that I haven't added a word, thus it reads, and it came to pass in process of time, as it just did with us. I think it's every 4 years. It reads that the king of Egypt died. So when the king of Egypt died, or when the king of Egypt rule is over, someone else rules. In similarity, Biden just died, and now we got Trump ruling. So it reads, it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of bondage, not because he died. They don't care about that man dying. We do. We mourn for our oppressors that were presidents when they died. We mourn for them. Not so here. It says, and it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed, not because he died, but because of the bondage. Most times, you get a president, and he be a fool. The next president is more foolish than him. Thus it reads, and they cried, as you are crying this day. And their cry came up into Elohim, as we hope this day, by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groanings, as he hear your groanings this day. And Elohim remembered, as we wish and hope he does, his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And Elohim looked upon the children of Israel. He see all that we are enduring. And Elohim had respect. He knew into them. The third chapter of Exodus. If we pick up at the 16th verse, it tells us, go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, Yahweh Elohim of your fathers. And I want to make note of this. I might have said Yahweh once or twice as I read in the book of Genesis, but I tried to keep it as it is written. I know that the Almighty name has been replaced in the Holy Scriptures over 6,500 times with such words of Old English like Lord and God. So I read Genesis using Elohim or G-O-D, God, to make sure I introduce to each and every one of you, according to history, what we are reading here in Exodus 3 and what we will read in Exodus 6 is the first time that man called upon Elohim by the name of Yahweh. This is the first time in history. Even the king of Egypt will acknowledge that I have no knowledge of that name. So I want y'all to understand what we are reading now denotes the first time that man called upon the name of Yahweh or used the name of Yahweh for the Elohim of creation. Thus it tells us again in the 16th verse, go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, Yahweh Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And the Almighty see everything that is being done to us in America and while we are being scattered abroad. It is not one thing that he have not seen. The Almighty told his children, you might forget, but I will never forget. And many of you have forgotten. That's why you don't teach that we need to be saved. It continues to read, and I have said I will bring you up out, as he promised our fathers in Genesis 15, of the affliction of Egypt, as our father Joseph told us in Genesis 50, into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and to a land flowing with milk and honey. The 19th verse reads, and I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand, and I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, not before that, but after that, he will let you go. He has no choice. He's not the power behind these things. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourn in her house jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and you shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptians. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 4th chapter, and let's take a look at the 22nd and 23rd verse. For Yahweh continued to tell Moses once he visited them, and thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, whoever the president is, when Yahweh visits you, not before, thus said Yahweh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, let my son go, that he may serve me. Well, if he's captive and he ain't serving you, well, who do he serve today? And it is none other than your enemy. You even live therein among their laws. It says, and if I refuse to let him go, the proof in the pudding that these things is true, the proof in the pudding that prove without a shadow of a doubt that Yahweh say what he mean and he mean what he say. Thus he said, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. And it allows us to know that Israel have always been Yahweh's firstborn, and a proof to that is that Yahweh slew Egypt firstborn, to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Israel is Yahweh's firstborn. The 5th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 1st verse, after Moses had to tell Pharaoh to let the children of Israel go, it reads, and afterwards Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, note, thus said Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, a new name to the people, and is also a new name to the enemy. For it reads, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And please take note, the 2nd verse reads, and Pharaoh said, who in the heck is Yahweh? Go to Trump today with a false claim and telling that Yahweh sent you and he told you to tell him to let Israel go. I guarantee he say the same thing that Pharaoh said. Who in the heck is Yahweh? And not only do the leaders say that today, but all these religious organizations say the same thing. Who in the heck is Yahweh? Yahweh is the devil. Yahweh is this. The white man said this. That's no different than what we're reading here. and there's no new thing under the sun. Yahweh requires that which has passed. He promised to continue to plead with his people as he pleaded with them when he brought them out of Egypt. So it says again in the second verse, and Pharaoh said, who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Israel go. And according to the story, he made their burdens even worse. Similar to today, we got many programs being cut off, and we were using those programs to advance. If it was schooling, whatever the case was, today's policies are taking those things away. But they still expect you to make it during this term of Trump. Even though they've taken all the safety nets and the things that helped us, food stamps or whatever the case is, well, you know what it is. You're looking at the news. You're the one groaning and moaning. So you see the policies that's being established that affect us. There's no different than what we're reading. Pharaoh still required the people to continue to live on their daily lives, but with these policies implemented, which make your life harder. But he still expects you to go to work. He still expects you to make the numbers, and he still expects you to get whatever little money that you get off that servitude. There's no difference. It just allows us to know how their burdens became even harder once they had the idea, or once they were told that Yahweh has visited us, and he has visited us to take us away from them. Thus, let's take a look at the 22nd verse of the 5th chapter of Exodus. And it tells us this. And Moses returned unto Yahweh and said, Master, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath done evil to this people, neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Then Yahweh said unto Moses, Now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Yahweh spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am Yahweh. Again, Israel, this is the first time that man was introduced to use the name Yahweh. And his name denotes what he is doing. Our fathers called him Elohim. Our fathers called him Almighty. They were not calling him Yahweh. Man, even though it reads in Genesis, the 4th chapter, dealing with Seth, is the time when man began to call on Yahweh. But in actuality, dealing with history and other people, this is the first time that man is truly using the name of Yahweh and told to use it. That's why I would never give it up. Thus, it tells us again in the 3rd verse, and I appeared unto Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob by the name, no, Almighty ain't lying, nor am I, by the name of Elohim, God, Almighty. But my name Yahweh was I not known to them. We talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I have also established my covenant with them, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you. For it told us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse, that no man shall redeem thee or buy thee. It says, and I will buy you. Or it reads, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgment. And I will take you to me, as he promised Abraham in Genesis 15 and 17, for a people. And I will be to you a Elohim. The exact same words you find in Genesis, the 17th chapter, the 7th and 8th verse. Which bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it you for an inheritance. I am Yahweh. And note the 9th verse. And Moses speaks so unto the children of Israel, as I have spoke over and over. But you will not hearken, it reads, but they hearken not unto Moses. Why not? It reads, for anguish of spirit, which we all have upon us today, and for cruel bondage, which we all endure under this great servitude. So we see how Yahweh has dealt with his chosen in the land of the enemy, in the land of their enemy, and we see what is spoken to them and what they are to expect, what their expectation of Yahweh and their inquiring of Yahweh is all about. And that is the oath that he made with our Father, that he will be our Elohim and we will be his people. When? While they in captivity? That does not read like that. And I'm waiting on a man to show me, Brother Samuel, you're wrong. The Almighty said, I need my people to be my servants wherever they are at. And that is adding and taking away from what Yahweh said. It is too many chapters and verses that one could go to prove what Yahweh said. And he said, once he visit you, We even had a live man promising those same words to us, and he was about to die. And he had so much hope and faith in these words, he made other men make an oath with him to carry his body with you when he visited. And he did. And just for reference, that is found in Exodus, the 13th chapter. I'm not going there today, but it is found. Let me make sure, give you the right reference. Yes. Exodus, the 13th chapter, start reading at the 17th verse, and you will see that they did exactly what they vowed. They did exactly what they covenanted or what they oathed. And they took that man bones out of Egypt because what that man said to his brothers and sisters truly came to pass. Yahweh visited them and saved them. Thus, it also tells us, if we take a look at the book of Deuteronomy, this will be the last book that I will use to show the flight of the Israelites from Abraham all the way up to the covenant of the law. And what was told to these people, if they kept all that Yahweh said, what would happen, and if they did not. Thus, let us find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. There's a few words I would love to have on tape from Deuteronomy, and then we'll jump straight into the book of Isaiah and deal with our brother Neriah's concerns dealing with Isaiah 13 and Isaiah 47, and then we will jump into the book of Jeremiah to deal with our brother Neriah's concerns, which was Jeremiah 50, chapter 50, and chapter 51. Right now, let us all find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, and let's read the first 14 verses. Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter. And make sure you're making a distinction of the nations, because Babylon supposed to be Babylon the Great. Babylon supposed to be the nation that is higher than Yahweh. And we're going to find those boastatious words in our Bible, where they spoke against the Creator. They spoke as if they were the Creator. And they showed the Creator's children no mercy. So the Almighty brings forth the mercy and truth, and he brings forth his judgment upon all those, whoever they are, that we have served. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 4, verse 1, now therefore, after you done read and heard all these things, in the wilderness it is told the Israelites, as Moses urges obedience, now therefore hearken, O Israel, into the statutes and into the judgments which I teach you. You have to be taught. For to do them, that you may live and go in and possess the land, which Yahweh Elohim of your fathers give you. Not that you may live peacefully in your enemy's land, not that you may go to a building that you call a sanctuary in your enemy's land, not for you to convert the enemy. It reads in the 2nd verse, you shall not add into the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it. that you may keep the commandments of Yahweh, your Elohim, which I command you. So it allows us to know, in your speaking, if you take away a word, if you add a word, you are not keeping the commandments. You cannot keep the commandments by adding or taking away. So for an example, if one say that they are keeping the Sabbath today, that will be a lie. And it will be a proof that they are not under the covenant. And one might say, well, how is that? Because you have words dealing with the covenant, dealing with obedience. And if you disobey the obedience, then there was a curse. There was a punishment. And according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse allows anyone that has eyes and can see that Israel never kept the Sabbath in Babylon, nor was they ever instructed or commanded to keep the Sabbath in any of their captivities. Does it continue to read? Again, in the second verse, because I think many of you missing this, it says again, you shall not add into the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. You can't add, you can't diminish from the words that I command you. Why not? It reads, that you may keep the commandments of Yahweh. So again, if you're reading with me, you should be able to see the same thing I see. There is no way in the world that one could keep Yahweh's commandments if they add or take away from any of these words. And the Almighty backed me up according to Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse. We're not going there, but it reads, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and what? And do them. So if you adding or taking away, it's only because you're cursed. And all the people agreed and said amen. So if you add one word or you diminish one word dealing with a law, you are not keeping the law. It's impossible. And how can you be more right than your maker? Your eyes, the 3rd verse of the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal PR. For all the men that follow Baal PR, Yahweh thy Elohim have destroyed them from among you. But you that did cleave, and that's all I'm asking you, cleave into these words. But you that did cleave into Yahweh your Elohim are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, and please take note what he told Israel to behold. I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me. Why? That you should do so in the land. Wherever you scatter, it reads, in the land whether you go to possess it. The statutes of life have always been commanded to be done in the land that you possess. That land is the glory of all lands. And the Almighty said in Psalms 147, he showed not his word unto another people. So this word was truly to be done by these people in one particular geographical location forever. You can't do anything holy in the land of the common. When you do, you profane that which is holy. Look up the word profane. The 6th verse reads, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding, note, in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes, and say, surely this great nation, there is no other nation greater than Israel in the earth, especially when they are obeying. Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation, not even Babylon, it reads, for what nation is there so great who have Yahweh so nigh into them, as Yahweh our Elohim is in all things? Well, if this is true, and you are calling yourself an Israelite, and you are under the covenant of the law, and doing it, why are you still here? Why is you in the same boat with the rest of the Israelites that's under servitude and being afflicted? The covenant of the law denote just this, just like you read the word judgment. For you that walk around delusional, talking about you under the covenant of the law wherever you at, why haven't you been saved? Are you teaching that the hand of Yahweh is shortened, that he cannot save? Are you teaching that the ear of Yahweh is heavy, that he cannot hear? We just read and proved that he hears his children in the most despicable situations, under hard bondage, under rigorous servitude. He hears his children. Well, you say you're a child of his, and you under the covenant of the law. You walking around talking about Shabbat Shalom, but you in the same breath complaining about the policies of Trump, your master. Again, it reads in the 8th verse, and what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law? It ain't America, which I set before you, not the world, but you in the wilderness. Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, because if you do, you'll never make it in Babylon. It reads, lest I forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons, and thy sons' sons, as we read in Psalm 78, 1 through 8. especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Horeb, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my word. Why? That they may learn to fear me. So the beginning, especially us in this condition, the beginning of learning to fear Yahweh is to read these words, is to understand these words. And if you truly read them, if you truly understand them, you will fear what you have just learned. It continues to tell us in the 11th verse, and you came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Yahweh speak unto you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Don't worry about what he looked like. Don't worry about if it's a woman or a man. Focus on these words. Because you only heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. And one of the commandments is the Sabbath. And it tells us, he that defile the Sabbath shall die. You are commanded to perform these things. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh commanded me at that time, excuse me, to teach you statutes, what? And judgments. Where the brothers that I know that teach that they are teachers and mores and under the covenant of the law, they don't teach judgment. Instead, they tell us we are not here to execute judgment. Well, if you're not here to execute judgment, you're not here to perform the 10 commandments. That ye might do them with your hard head butt in the land, whether you go over to possess it. We got people arguing with us today about the Sabbath. And you are being totally disobedient against your Creator, arguing with us about the Sabbath. Because your Creator has boldly stated what his children was commanded to perform and where they were commanded to perform every word. And all the people said, amen. It also tells us, Israel, if we pick up at the 32nd verse of chapter 4 of Deuteronomy, and it reads to the 40th verse, for as now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that Elohim created man. And they love to say, well, the Sabbath was doing creation, but so was the man, and so was everything else. But the Almighty let the Israelites, and know who is the Israelites? His chosen. He let the Israelites know, he made known that the Sabbath to the Israelites once he visited them and saved them out of captivity. He made known his rest that was instituted in the beginning in the wilderness. If you add to that, you will be found alive. If you take away from that, you will be found alive. It continues to read, the day that Elohim created man upon the earth, and as from one side of heaven and to the other, the whole earth, whether there have been any such thing as this great thing is, or have been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and lived? That is a question. Or hath Elohim essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Yahweh, your Elohim, did for you in Egypt before your eyes? And to you it was shown that you might know that Yahweh, he is God. There is none else besides him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee as he did in Exodus 16, dealing with the Sabbath. And upon earth he showed thee his great fire, and thy heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought you out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thy art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land, talking about the land of Canaan, for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thy heart, that Yahweh, he is God, Elohim, in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well. If thou doest well, you shall be accepted. If thou doest not well, sin lies at thy door. Thus it reads, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after you, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give you forever. So far, there is no other nation that will be set up on earth that is greater than the nation that Yahweh hath chosen, and that is the nation of Israel, abiding, inheriting, and possessing the land of Canaan. Thus, it tells us in the 5th chapter, we almost there how we wind up in Babylon. How do the Israelites even concern themselves with Babylon? How in the heck do the Israelites find themselves in a state later on in retrospect talking about some two Babylons or the Catholic Church, the Romans and all that mess is the new and modern Babylon? How do the Israelites even concern themselves with such a rumor? And that's what we're working our way up to. And we're almost there. Right now, I need you in the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. And what we find in the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy is a reiteration of what was said to the Israelites in Exodus, the 20th chapter, them entering under the covenant of the law. And you can find those exact words from the first chapter, the first verse, all the way to the 21st verse. Please read them again. It denotes the 10 commandments, the 10 words, starting off this great covenant of the law, which is known as the statutes of life. So please read them again. If you don't know them by heart, you can find the same words in Exodus 20. Your brother will pick up at the 22nd verse of Deuteronomy 5. Deuteronomy 5, verse 22 is where we will start. And after the Almighty gave the Israelites the law, and after Moses urges the Israelites to obey in the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy, it tells us in the 5th chapter, the 22nd verse, these words Yahweh speak into all your assembly, in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of a thick darkness, with a great voice, and he, nor should you, added no more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, and delivered them into me. And it came to pass, when you heard the voice out of the midst of darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that you came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And you said, behold, Yahweh our Elohim has showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day, not before, but this day, that Elohim does talk with man. He even talked with man and told him about the Sabbath. And he lived. Now, therefore, why should we die? By not taking heed to the instructions. For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore. Then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have, the house of Israel, and lived? Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say. And that's what I've done. I done went in this book, and I am telling you all that Yahweh has said and done. And speak thy into us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak into thee. And we will hear it and do it, just as it is spoken. We ain't giving you no benefit of the doubt. We're not, what's the other one? We're not giving you the benefit of the doubt. because you have not asked your children to give you the benefit of the doubt, nor are we going to walk around here talking about we doing the best we can, because Yahweh have never commanded his children to do the best he can. He have commanded them to do well. He have commanded them to obey every word. Thus it reads one more time. Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we will do it, we will hear it and do it. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak unto me. He hear you today. And Yahweh said unto me, I've heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. So that means those words are accepted. Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say unto them, get you into your tent again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto you all. Circle that. The commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them wherever they at, it reads, in the land which I give them to possess it. You shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim command you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall not add nor diminish. You shall walk in all, circle that, the ways which Yahweh your Elohim had commanded you. Not partial, not the best you can. I haven't asked you to doubt what I said. All the ways which Yahweh your Elohim command you, that ye may live, and that it may be well. And if it's well, you are accepted with you, and that you may prolong your days. Where? In America? In the land which you shall possess. You didn't possess Egypt. You didn't possess Assyria. You don't possess America, and you sure didn't possess Babylon. So, those places, Yahweh never commanded his people to keep the law. We read with our own eyes. We heard with our own ears the exact destination that Yahweh commanded his children to keep all. The next place that I would love to go to is found in the 28th chapter. We read that they were under the covenant of the law. Their Creator that made the covenant with them commanded them to keep all the words that he commanded. He sent them away and had Moses to learn, to hear, and to do, and to teach the children of Israel all that they must keep in the land that they possess. And it denoted commandments, statutes, and judgments. So if you ever teach that you are under the covenant of the law today, you must teach that you are under every judgment that Yahweh commanded Israel to keep. And Yahweh hates partiality. So we should, just on what Malachi said in the first chapter, should allow us to know there's no way in the world that we can confess out of our mouths that we keeping or serving Yahweh and we doing it partially. That we can't do it all, but we doing the best we can. That should let you know that you are in error and you are doing nothing. Thus, let us find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And let's pick up reading at the 15th verse. For this allows us to know how we wind up in Babylon. And this will allow us to know and be able to explain the concerns that our brother Neriah has dealing with Isaiah 13, Isaiah 47, Jeremiah 50 and 51. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And I could have used it, Leviticus chapter 26, but many of you still don't understand that that is a prophetic message that was given to children of Israel in the wilderness. And that whole chapter, same way with Deuteronomy 28, it denotes them going into Babylon. It denotes them going into Babylon. For the same words that you find in Leviticus 26, you find in 2 Kings 25, you find in 2 Chronicles 36, and you're going to find throughout the book of Jeremiah. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, we pick up at the 15th verse. Because we already know. It told us in Deuteronomy 4 how blessed we will be and how Yahweh will be ready to hear us in anything that we call upon him for, because we are doing all that he commanded us to do in his great land. So we see the blessings. So with knowing the blessings, Babylon don't come into play. So how do Babylon come into play? By way of these curses. Thus it reads in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 15th verse. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. And note the curses. Cursed shall thou be in the city. The city that it is speaking about right now is like the city of Jerusalem and places like that. It's not talking about the city that you find yourself in today. We must read and understand these scriptures according to time and place. Thus it reads in the 16th verse again, cursed shall thou be in the city, and cursed shall thou be in the field, your fields, not the fields of Mississippi. Curses shall be thy basket, and thy in thy store. Curse shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, in thy land, Israel. The increase of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. Cursed shall thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shall thou be when thou goest out. Yahweh shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke. And all that thou seest or settest, thy hand into to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy doings. That's the only way Babylon is going to wind up coming out of your mouth. Whereby thou hast forsaken me. Yahweh shall make the pestilence cleave into thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land of promise, whither thou goes to possess it. Not America. Yahweh shall smite thee with consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blistering, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. All this in the land. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. And Yahweh shall make the rain of thy land, note, your land, powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. Yahweh shall cause thee to be smitten before thy enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all kingdoms of the earth. And thy carcasses shall be meat into all fowls of the air, and into the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. Yahweh, as Moses did, as Abraham did in Genesis 15, Yahweh will smite thee with botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with scarabs, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Yahweh shall smite thee with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday, like many of you do today, as a blind man grope in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy way, and thou shalt be only oppressed, as you are today, and as our fathers were in Egypt, and spoiled evermore. And no man shall buy thee, redeem thee, save thee. The 30th verse reads, thou shalt befall a wife, and another man shall lie with her, in our land and in America. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein, in our land and in the land of America. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Thy ox shall be slain before thy eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thy ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given into thy enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given into another people, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Britons, the Americans. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given into another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand. It wasn't when we were in the land, nor is it while we find ourselves in the land of America. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. And we did not know Babylon, nor did we know America. and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always. The rumor is many people teach without understanding that Israel was in Babylon for 400 years. The Almighty said the servitude of Israel in Babylon would be 70 years. People that don't have understanding will take you to Genesis 15 and tell you Deuteronomy 28 is the same words that you read out of Genesis 15. If that is so, then the Almighty skipped to Egypt, because the Almighty delivered the children of Israel out of Egypt based on what was told to Abraham in Genesis 15. Babylon is Johnny come lately after your disobedience. Thus it continued to tell us that your sons and daughters shall be given to other people. Your eyes shall fail for longing of them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thy shall be only oppressed and crushed always. So thou be mad for the sight of thy eyes. Ain't you mad about what you hear and see dealing with Trump administration? Which thou shalt see. Yahweh shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sore bunch that cannot be healed, from the sore sole of thy foot and to the top of thy head. Yahweh shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, into a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And I love to say Yahweh mean what he say, and he say what he mean. Thus, even in Babylon, the children of Israel continue to serve their own imagination. Even in America, we still serve according to our own imagination. The Almighty said that you will serve their God, wood or other gods, wood and stone. Here it is, 2025 in America. And the scattered children of Israel is still serving wood and stone. It's just another generation. The curse is not up. The earth has not ended. So the words of Yahweh is fertile. It is watering the ground with its truth, and it will bring forth all that Yahweh said he would do. So it continued to tell us in this book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, in the 37th verse, thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whether Yahweh shall lead thee. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it still in your land. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worm shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coasts, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thy olives shall cast his fruit. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. And thy trees and the fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thy shall come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him, as it is this day. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail, as it is this day, even in America. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thy hearkenest not into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign. And the sign that is upon us today, being America, is that our fathers forsook the creator of the heaven and earth, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Why? Because thou servest not Yahweh thy Elohim with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thy enemies, which Yahweh shall send against thee, and hunger and thirst, and know the policies of Trump, dealing with our hunger and in thirst, and our nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. And Yahweh shall bring a nation against thee from far. And your brother teach this nation is none other than Babylon. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. One of Babylonian symbols was the eagle. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. We did not understand the tongue of the Babylonians. We were taught the tongue of the Babylonians, many of the nobles, and the nobles had to teach the people the lip of the Babylonians, as it is today in America. Our language was taken away. Our tongue was not allowed to be used. So they put the tongue of the enemy in our mouths, and we use the speech or the words of the enemy even this day. The 50th verse, a nation of fierce continent. Babylon was known as a nation fierce of continent. The Almighty accused them of showing us no mercy. Thus it reads again in the 50th verse, a nation of fierce continent, which shall not regard the person of the old, similar to us today, nor show favor to the youth. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 64th verse, for it tells us in the 64th verse of Deuteronomy 28, and Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people. This is the scattering, and this among all people was dealing with the Babylonians, because when the Almighty sent the Babylonians against his children, he also sent the other nations of the north against them. Please give me 1 second. And I left off, I should have been at the 64th verse. Let's read the 64th verse again. It tells us of Deuteronomy 28, and Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods. This is not a suggestion. This is a punishment, because you were serving other gods in the land of promise. You were serving other gods instead of Yahweh. And Yahweh, long-suffering, took as much of our father's mess as the Almighty was going to take. Then he punished them. So the only reason that our fathers, the Israelites, will find themselves in the enemy's land serving wood and stone is because they disobeyed their Creator when they were in the land that they possessed by serving wood and stone. The punishment for disobeying Yahweh and doing such an abomination in his land was, I'm going to send you in the enemy's land, and I'm going to have you do all that mess until that mess come out of your nose. Just like they begged for food in the wilderness, and the Almighty showed that all they was doing was murmuring against him, had no trust in them. So he fed them so much that food was coming out of their nose. They had so much food. And it was done to show their lack of faith and their disobedience. And that's exactly what the Almighty did to the Israelites when it comes to this wood and stone. This is a punishment. There ain't no blessing. So if you in any type of religion, you know that ain't the right thing, because it's a punishment. It's not a remedy. It's not something that's going to heal you. Ain't nobody else going to save you. So if you find yourself under such doctrine, it is only because you are being punished because of what our fathers did in their own land among the true and living Elohim. Thus, it continues to read. I would love to read it one more time, the 64th verse. And Yahweh shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even to the other. And there, in your enemy's land, being servants and afflicted, thou shalt serve other gods. You shall, not you might, which neither thy nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And this denote all of world religion. This do not denote no Christianity. That's what Christianity and the people that deals with Christendom and all that mess, that's what they want you to believe. But the truth of the matter is, Yahweh is speaking about all matters of idolatry, all matters of religion. Christianity was not the religion that Babylon was serving. Christianity, Christianity is not the religion that the Assyrians was serving. Christianity is not the religion that the Egyptians were serving. Christianity is a Johnny-come-lately, and it came by way of the last beast that Yahweh told Prophet Daniel that we would have to serve. That's where Christianity comes from. We are to understand these words according to time and place. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 65th verse. And among these nations, talking about the nations of Babylon and the nations of the north, shall thou find no ease, nor do we in America. Neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. The Israelites didn't, in Babylon, nor do we in America and scattered abroad. But Yahweh shall give thee there a trembling of heart. And I have heard many faint-hearted men and women in the last couple of weeks dealing with Trump in his administration. It tells us a trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrow of mind. And thy life as it is this day shall hang in doubt before thee. I don't care how many times you say Shabbat Shalom. I don't care how many times you walk around here delusional telling your brothers and sisters that you under something holy while being profaned. It allows us to know that brothers and sisters are walking around here, their life is hanging in doubt. They fear day and night, not Yahweh, but man and his policies, in his heathenistic ways and practices, and shall have none. Well, I know for a fact, keeping all that Yahweh say is truly an assurance of thy life. Well, the Almighty said, my people are going to find themselves in another man's land, under servitude and affliction, and they will have none assurance of thy life. So who lied, you or Yahweh? Because Yahweh said you will have no assurance of thy life. You say you under life. You under the covenant of the law. The covenant of the law is life, peace, longevity. In the morning thou shalt say with Elohim it was even. And at even thou shalt say with Elohim it was morning. For the fear of thy heart wherewith thou shalt fear. And for the sight of thy eyes which thou shalt see. And note, it says, with Elohim it was morning for the fear. Well, let me go to the first sentence. In the morning thou shalt say, with Elohim it were evening. And at evening thou shalt say, with Elohim it were morning. People are saying we're not to use the word morning based on what morning could mean, especially if you add, let me get there, if you add a U. I think the U come right after the O. They denote that morning with morning. The morning that we find in our scripture, spelled M-O-R-N-I-N-G, denotes daylight. It denotes the breaking of a day. The morning that people is mixing with this word denotes one being sad, one being troubled. Those are two different words, and they're not in the same context, or not used in the same context. So I just wanted to throw that out. As I said, this presentation, we're going to throw in as many current events as possible, and then currently people are saying, don't say the word morning. Well, I beg to differ, because you're going to find that word morning throughout your book. It also tells us in closing on this matter. Let me read, sight of thy eyes which thou shalt see. The last verse is the 68th verse, and it reads, and Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Now, based on the rumor, if y'all talking about how Israel came to America on ships, then you should be calling America Egypt, because the 68th verse says, and Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt again. As my sister from St. Louis, so I can't remember your name right off the top of my head, sister, sorry about that. But as she stated, and during the comments or during the questions that we might have during the beginning of the presentation, she said that many times they use the name Babylon just to symbolize captivity, just like this word Egypt is. This word Egypt in verse 6 to 8 is to symbolize captivity, is to symbolize what you had endured. So when it says, and Yahweh shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I speak unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, and there you shall be sold into your enemies. As we were in Babylon, so we was in America and scattered abroad. Be sold to your enemies for bondsmen and bondswomen. And Yahweh let the world know, and no man shall redeem you, or no man shall save you, or no man shall buy you. So this should also dispel the rumor that a character in the New Testament that's supposed to be a boy or supposed to be a man that will save us. What Almighty allows us to know from the end to the beginning, from the beginning to the end, that there is none other than Yahweh that made you and that can save you. The character in the New Testament didn't make you, nor can he save you. Yahweh has proof that he has made us and he has saved us. And he requires that which is past. Thus, we hope that he remember his covenant again and come and save us. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Isaiah. And let's entertain the first chapter and verse that our brother Nariah have asked us to teach on. And that is found in Isaiah, the 13th chapter. Isaiah, the 13th chapter, please. And this is a chapter denoted to Babylon. And Isaiah had to speak about the burden. Just like Mordecai had to speak about the burden of Edom, here Isaiah had to speak on the burden of Babylon. Thus it reads in the very first verse. And let's go on and knock these few chapter and verses out, and we'll open on up for comments and questions. It reads in Isaiah 13:1, the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos did see. Lift up a banner upon the high mountain, exalt the voice into them, shake the hand, that they may go into the gate of the noble. I have commanded my sanctified ones. I have also called my mighty ones for my anger. Note why Babylon is called, and note what Babylon's purpose is. It reads, even them that rejoice in my highness. The fourth verse, the noise of a multitude in the mountains, like as of a great people, a tremendous noise of kingdoms, of nations, gathered together. Yahweh of hosts mustered the hosts of the battle. Yahweh using his people, just like he using America. They come from a far country, from the end of heaven. Even Yahweh and the weapons of his indignation, they are Yahweh weapons to destroy the whole land. How ye, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. He's talking about what he's going to do to his people for serving wood and stone, for being disobedient, for throwing his word behind them. It reads, how ye, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt, and they shall be afraid. Pains and sorrows shall take hold of you. They shall be in pain as a woman that travels. They shall be amazed one at another. Their faces shall be as flames. Behold, the day of Yahweh come, cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate, the land of Canaan. And he shall destroy the sinners, those that does not well thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and the constellations thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened in its going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. And I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place in the wrath of Yahweh of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger. And the fierce anger is against his children. And we see why. We already see why he is so upset with his baby. It continued to tell us, let me get back to my spot. In the 14th verse, and it shall be as the chase roll, and as a sheep that no man takes up, they shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one to his own land. Everyone that is found shall be thrust through, and everyone that is joined into them shall fall by the sword. The Egyptians didn't believe it. They kind of allowed the Israelites to cleave into them when they were running from Babylon, and Egypt got tore up also, as it is written in this 15th verse. The 16th verse reads, their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. Behold, I will stir up. No, this what happens after they get done doing what Yahweh commissioned them to do against his people. It tells us in the 17th verse, behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bows also shall dash the young man to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes shall not spare children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms. Note what Yahweh was calling them. The glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees, the same name used and found in Genesis, the 11th chapter, dealing with Tyre, his house, and Abraham. Exceeding excellency shall be as when Yahweh overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never, please note the 20th verse, because for those that teach that today America is modern Babylon, today, and Britain is modern Babylon, today Rome is modern Babylon, where the Almighty had proclaimed, it tells us here in the 20th verse, it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabians pitch tents there, neither shall the shepherd make their foes there, but wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and denote, like I was saying about that apostolate, nothing really alive. It's just a few people on the earth and everything destroyed. Well, that's how this great city going to look when Yahweh get done with it. Full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there, and the wild beasts of the owls shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant places. And her time, her is the queen of heaven. Her is Mother Nature. Her is the one that they say that Nimrod dealt with, his wife. The her is in modern day Babylon, is Mother Mary, is the Madonna, and all the hers. So it tells us here in the 22nd verse, and the wild beasts of the owl shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant places. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. The 14th chapter, the 1st verse, dealing with the king of Babylon. And it reads, for Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob, because your brother already established the only thing that could truly save Israel, and that is mercy and truth. For it tells us again, for Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel as he chose them from the beginning, and set them in their own land. After these things that we just read in the 13th chapter, it says, and the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yahweh for servants, not in America. Because while you in America, you are the servant to your enemy. You have no strangers that you can have to be your servant today. And handmaids, and they shall take them captives, who captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in the day that Yahweh shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage. Well, until Yahweh visit us, we must still be under the hard bondage, wherein thy was made to serve. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, how have the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. Yahweh have broken the staff of the wicked, and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continued stroke, he have ruled the nations in anger. So he's talking about Babylon, and no, is prosecuted and none hindered. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee. And the cedar of Lebanon saying, since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Or filler is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee. Talking about to meet the king of Babylon. At thy coming is stir up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kingdoms of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, art thou also become weak as we? Absolutely. He did just like you were. Art thou become like unto us? The prompt is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vows, the worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? And this Lucifer denote or translated as day star, son of the morning. How art thou cut down? And these same traits, traditions, supposed to come by way of Nimrod and his wife. These things that they do and say. How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? Because the Almighty gave in the hand of Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar and his sons all these nations. So they asked, and now that it's his turn to be punished, they ask again, for thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne, no, holier than I. Speaking as Pharaoh spoke, who is Yahweh? I know not Yahweh. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. The stars of Elohim is Yahweh's children. If you look in Genesis, the 37th chapter, the 9th verse, you will see Joseph telling his brethren that y'all are the stars of Yahweh. And our mother and our father is the sun and the moon. So when we read this and understand what Yahweh have done and said, and it reads, I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. He's talking about Elohim children. And his throne was because Yahweh gave his children into his hand. I will set also upon the mount of the congregation in the side of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the city thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, even all them, lie and glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword, that go down to the stones of the pit as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land and slain thy people. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Did y'all hear that? The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Prepare slaughter for his children, the Babylonians, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will raise up against them, said Yahweh of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name. Please circle this. And the remnant. If it ain't no remnant, they done. And son and nephew, said Yahweh. And the son and nephew denote persons that could actually rule. Well, I'm cutting them off. If you don't have a son, you won't have a king. It tells us, I will also make it a possession for the bittern, the dragons, the owls, and pools of water, and I will sweep it with the besom of destruction, said Yahweh of hosts. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 21st chapter, of Isaiah, to give us a better understanding of this king of Babylon and this city of Babylon and what it denotes in Isaiah 50 and 51. Thus, it tells us in Jeremiah 50 and 51. Isaiah 21 verse 1 says again, the burden of the desert of the sea, as whirlwinds in the south pass through, so it comes from the desert, from a terrible land. A grievous vision is declared, and please take note of the vision, into me. The treacherous dealer deals treacherously, and the spoiler spoil. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Media. All the signs thereof have I made to cease. Therefore are my lions filled with pain. Pains have taken hold on me as the pain of a woman that travels. I was brought down at the hearing of it. I was dismayed at the seeing of it. My heart painted fearfulness and affrighted me. The night of my pleasure has he turned into fear into me. Prepare the table. Watch in the watchtower. Eat, drink, arise, you princes, and anoint the shield. For thus said Yahweh, said unto me, for thus have Yahweh said unto me, go, set a watchman, let him declare what he sees. And he saw a chariot with a couple of horsemen, a chariot of asses, and a chariot of camels, and he hearkened diligently with much heed. And he cried, a lion, my master, I stand continually upon the watchtower in the daytime, and I am set in my ward whole nights. And behold, here come a chariot of men with a couple of horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen. It's fallen, and all the graven images of her gods he had broken into the ground. And don't forget, based on Reverend Alexander Hislop, he said that the whole Christendom, the whole Roman government, the whole Catholic Church denotes Babylon. and it is in tradition with Nimrod and his wife. Well, we just read here, it says, and all the graven images of her gods he have broken into the ground. O my thrusting, and the corn of my floor, that which I have heard of Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, have I declared unto you, as I have this day. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 44th chapter of Isaiah, the 44th chapter of Isaiah, and this just allows us to know that the Almighty was meant for us to be saved out of this punishment, because he already told his children, as a father chastised his son in whom he is well pleased, so Yahweh chastised thee. Thus it tells us in the 44th chapter of Isaiah, if we pick up the 24th verse. Isaiah 44:24, it tells us, I'll start at the 21st verse. Isaiah 44:21, and we will read to the 28th verse. It reads, remember these, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant, I have formed thee. Thou art my servant, O Israel, thou shalt not be forgotten, meaning Yahweh going to remember the covenant again and save you. Thou shalt not be forgotten of me. I have blotted out as a thick cloud thy transgressions, and as a cloud thy sins. Return unto me, for I have redeemed thee. Sing, O ye heavens, for Yahweh have done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth, break forth into singing, ye mountains, O forests, and every tree therein, for Yahweh have redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Israel. Thus said Yahweh, thy Redeemer, and he that formed thee from the womb. I am Yahweh that make all things, even the Babylonians, that stretch forth the heavens alone, that spread abroad the earth by myself, that frustrate the tokens of the liars. And look at it, they frustrated. Once they hear this recording, they frustrated some more. And make diviners mad, that turn wise men backwards, and make their knowledge foolish. The knowledge of two Babylons. The knowledge that America is Babylon. That is foolishness. The 26th verse reads, that confirmed the word of his servant, and performed the counsel of his messengers, that said to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Yehuda ye shall be built. Ain't nobody talking about no Babylon. And I will raise up the decayed places thereof, that said to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up thy rivers, that says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all. So, you can rest assured, Babylon did not survive the Medes of Persia. Pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple thy foundations shall be laid. The 45th chapter, the first few verses reads, thus said Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him. And I will loose the lions of kings, to open before him the two leaven gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before you, talking about Cyrus, and make the crooked things straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass, and cut and slendered the bars of iron, which Babylon was known to have. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, things that was even taken out of Yahweh's house, that thou mayest know that I, Yahweh, which called thee by thy name, am the God of Israel. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my elect, I have even called thee by thy name. So he is letting us know that this man is created to save us. To the extent Yahweh even called him by his name. Thus it continues to read, I have surnamed thee, the last sentence of the 4th verse, I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. I am Yahweh, and there is none else. There is no God besides me. I grieve thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. I am Yahweh, and there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace. So if I don't make peace, you ain't under no peace. And create evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things. Drop down, ye heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation, and let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 21st verse of the same chapter, and it reads, Tell ye, and bring them near, yea, let them take counsel together. Who have declared this from ancient time? Who have told it from that time? Have not I, Yahweh? For he hath told us the end to the beginning, and there is no Elohim else besides me. A just Elohim. I don't care how plural they say this word is. A just Elohim. And a Savior, singular. There is none besides me. Look into me, not we, and be you saved. Who? All the ends of the earth. For I am Elohim, I am the creator, and there is none else. I have sworn by myself, not with some character in another book. The word is gone out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, that unto me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear. Surely he shall say of me, and Yahweh is all righteousness and strength. It reads, surely shall one say, in Yahweh have I righteousness and strength. Even to him shall men come, and all that are incensed, angry against him, shall be ashamed. And Yahweh, Israel, shall all the seed of Israel be justified. So the only way that you can truly justify yourself is with these words. If you add or take away, you will never be justified. Matter of fact, you will be found a liar. Thus it reads in the 25th verse, and Yahweh shall all the seed of Israel be justified and shall glory once they have been visited. And for them to be visited, that means Yahweh has sent Cyrus upon Babylon. And Cyrus have done all that Yahweh commanded him to do, or anointed him to do. And that was none other than to save you and I. It also tells us in the 47th chapter, which is one of the chapters Brother Nariah asked us about, and it reads in the very first verse, Isaiah chapter 47, "Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon." Note the judgment upon Babylon. And see, is there any way that there could be another Babylon? It reads, "Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate." Those are the terms that was denoted toward the daughters of Zion when they were in obedience. It reads in the second verse, "Take the millstone and grind meal. Uncover thy locks. Make bare thy legs. Uncover the thigh. Pass over the river." "Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thy silent, and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdom, nor Mother Nature, nor Queen of Heaven, or none of that mess." So the Almighty is demoting her delusion and the fame that she have gotten among the nations. The 6th verse reads, "I was wroth with my people," telling us how Babylon got Israel in their hand, and telling us how the enemy tried to destroy us to the extent that we would not even remember who we were. For it tells us in the 6th verse, "I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thy hand." Talking about Babylon. "Thy did show them no mercy upon the ancient." And we read that. "Has thy very heavily laid thy yoke." They got you working even today. You can't even begin to think about retiring if you ain't at least 65 years old. And they got it set up based on their evil policies, showing no mercy, that you're going to have to make it another 5 years till you get 70 to at least get the full benefits. And based on our life expectancy, we ain't living past 25. Most of our children are 15, 16, 18, that's getting killed every day. Our parents, they ain't lasting long. They dying in their 50s and 60s. So that is truly a policy that's against you. They gambling, they rolling the dice. Social Security or whatever the agency is called, they rolling the dice that you don't even make it. We ain't going to have to pay him nothing. We ain't going to have to pay her nothing because they ain't going to make it. It tells us, Israel, in the 6th verse, "I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thy hand. Thy didst show them no mercy upon the ancient, has thy very heavily laid thy yoke. And thy said, I shall be a lady forever, so that thy did not lay these things to thy heart." You didn't care about how you afflicted the poor. "Neither did remember the latter end of it. Therefore hear now this, thy that art given to pleasures, that dwellest carelessly, that says in thy heart, I am, and none else besides me holy than thou. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. The 9th verse reads, according to Isaiah, but these 2 things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection. For the multitude of thy sorceries, they said that Nimrod and them was doing into all type of sorceries and things like that. So this Babylon is dealing with the same thing, and what they call modern Babylon, which is none other than the Romans and the Catholic Church, are practicing the exact same thing. For the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thy enchantment. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none see me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge. And I say this to about a lot of our brothers and sisters today. But the saying is, thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it has perverted thee. It has caused thee to turn away. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am what? The Almighty told Moses his name. And the only one that I heard say, I am, that was the Almighty. But here it is, Babylon the wicked says that I am, and none else besides me. Those are the words of Yah. Therefore shall evil come upon you. Thou shalt not know from whence it rises, and mischief shall fall upon you. Thou shalt not be able to put it off, and desolation shall come upon you, suddenly, which thou shalt not know. And the story is, Cyrus and his army took the city in one day without destroying the city. That's how easy the fight was. Because Yahweh is the one that sent him to save us. So when you search the history books of Babylon and the wars against Persia, you will find that that fight was no fight at all. With Cyrus being backed by the Almighty, it was a one-day fight, and the fight was so easy that the city didn't have to be destroyed. Because Yahweh say what he mean, and he mean what he say. And none of his words should ever return into him void. So we know through history and through our holy scriptures that Cyrus and his sons did all that Yahweh commanded them to do. And to bringing us out of Babylon and taking us back into our land that we may build the temple and the foundation thereof. In the books of Nehemiah, Ezra, Malachi, those books prove that those things was fulfilled. And Babylon was no more mentioned. It was the next beast that was mentioned. And I will show you that in just a moment. So we should have left off in Isaiah 47. In the 12th verse, it reads, Stand now with thy enchantment, and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so be, thou shalt be able to profit. If so be, thy means prevail. And that's what I tell my brothers and sisters that teach that they're under the law. If so, you should be able to profit. You should be able to prevail. But you're not profiting, nor are you prevailing. Matter of fact, you're complaining about Trump administration. The 13th verse reads, Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counselors. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, and please take note, because these astrologers and stargazers and procrastinators, the Almighty hate. And even today, we got brothers and sisters dealing with astrology and stargazing and monthly procrastinators. Stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. They no good. They was no good then. They are no good now. Behold, they shall be as stubble. The fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor fire to sit before it. Thus shall they be unto thee, with whom thou hast labored, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarters. None shall save you. So they had nobody to save them. And these are words against the kings of Babylon and the land of Babylon and the great mystical city of Babylon. It also tells us one more place in Isaiah, and that is the very next chapter, Isaiah 48. And let's read the 14th to the 20th verse of Isaiah 48. And it reads, All you assemble yourselves and hear, which among them have declared these things. Yahweh have loved him. Note, he will do his pleasure on Babylon, because he loved you. Just like he's going to do his pleasure on America and wherever you are scattered abroad, because he loved you and because he told you he loved your fathers. Thus it reads, he will do his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be on the Chaldeans. Even I have spoken. Yea, I have called him. Who is him? Cyrus. I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. Come ye near unto me. Hear you this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was. There am I, and now Yahweh Elohim and his spirit have sent me. Dealing with Cyrus. Thus said Yahweh, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which teach thee to profit, which lead thee by the way that thou should go. There is only one way, one path. Oh, that thou hadst hearkened to my commandment. That's where all this stuff started. Then had they peace been as a river, and thy righteousness as the waves of the sea. Thy seed also had been as the sand, and the offsprings of thy bowels like the gravel thereof. His name should not have been cut off, nor destroyed before me. And it's talking about the name of Israel. Go ye forth of Babylon, flee ye from the Chaldeans with a voice of singing. Declare you, tell this, utter it into the end of the earth as I am uttering it today, and the earth is not ended. Say ye, Yahweh have redeemed his servant Jacob. And he saved his servant Jacob from the punishment that he laid upon them. And the punishment that he laid upon them was none other than the wicked people of Babylon. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 7th chapter. But before we go to Jeremiah, the 7th chapter, I guess this will be a good time. Let us take a quick look in Daniel, the 7th chapter. And then we'll go to Jeremiah, the 7th chapter. Right now, let's go to Daniel. Let me throw it in right here That way I have a place to put this particular chapter and verse that you will always be able to reference that after Babylon, it was not another Babylon. Daniel, the 7th chapter. Not according to the prophetic messages that we have throughout our Holy Scripture. For it tells us in Daniel, the 7th chapter, and you can also find this truth in Daniel, the 2nd chapter. I just selected the 7th chapter. But you can find the same truth in Daniel, the 2nd chapter. Where here in Daniel 7, it tells us if we start reading at the 2nd verse. Now, I'll start at the first to let us know that Nebuchadnezzar, Belshazzar, Babylon was the first beast. And we just dealt with the plight that Israel will find themselves under dealing with the first beast, which was Babylon, until Yahweh sent his agent, which was Cyrus of the Persians, to save them. So it tells us in Daniel 7, verse 1, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions. So the vision is not that Nebuchadnezzar or the Babylonians will resurface in the earth. That is not the vision. The vision is going to show 4 beasts. And and Babylon and the Chaldeans is the first beast. And then you got a second beast, you got a third beast, and then you got the 4th beast that many people is teaching is the second Babylon, which is wrong. It ain't Babylon, it's wrong. And the Almighty told Daniel that all these beasts, or all these empires, or all these nations are diverse from the first, meaning that they are different from each other. So it ain't the same. The first beast can't be the same as the 4th beast, is what your brother's trying to show you. That way you can use these scriptures to show your brothers and sisters that they are terribly wrong when they try to relate wrong with Babylon, or America with Babylon. So it tells us, a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel speak and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, 4 winds, 4 empires, 4 nations, 4 kings of the heaven strolled upon the great sea. And 4 great beasts came up from the sea. Note, different or diverse one from another. The 4th verse reads, and please circle it, the first was like a lion. We read lion, and we read eagle. The first was like a lion concerning Babylon, and had eagle wings. I beheld till the wings thereof was plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth. And we read in Isaiah how that was done. It may stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. So that's the first beast. That is the first empire. That is Babylon. As you can read, that's all I wanted to read in this particular chapter and wanted you to have circled. But as you read the 5th verse, it says, behold, another beast, a second like to a bear, not like a lion, not like an eagle, but like to a bear. And it better be like into a bear, because the Almighty said all of them are different. Now let us turn to Jeremiah, the 7th chapter. I just wanted you to add that in your notes. I just wanted you to see how you can easily use Daniel 7:1 to prove without a shadow of a doubt that that is not Rome, nor America, nor Britain. Jeremiah 7 tells us that we will use to open up to get to Jeremiah 50:51. I chose to read Jeremiah 7 to let you know that our people was guilty. We found ourselves in the hands of Babylon because we were guilty of serving wood and stone. We was guilty of, as the Christians teach, portraying what Nimrod and his wife was doing. The Queen of Heaven, Mother Nature, Statue of Liberty, whatever mama they try to use, it allows us to know it is nothing but an abomination. The Almighty never spoke in that wise. These are the enemy practices and their abominations. And you had to endure them until Yahweh saved you out of them. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah the 7th chapter, let's pick up at the 8th verse. Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 8. And it reads, "Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. And all these words that our brothers and Marays and teachers and Kohens have taught us have not profited us. We find ourselves in 2025 still trying to figure out what this book is saying. Where do the book talk about us? How is we going to get out of here? Do we supposed to be keeping the laws and then Yahweh look at us keeping the laws and then come and get us? It tells us, Israel, behold, you trust in lying words. There's not one lying word in the Holy Scripture, except when Yahweh wanted the prophets of Ahab to receive a lying spirit. That is the only time that you can find something even close to this. Thus it tells us, will you steal? And they did. All these things that we're reading about, that is what our fathers did. And we are making a distinction, and we are making comparisons, so you can compare them to our brothers and sisters today. And you know a lot of our brothers is stealing. Will you steal, murder, and commit adultery? Our brothers today are doing all three. And swear falsely? They are swearing falsely every day. Shabbat shalom. We under the law. That is swearing falsely. And burn incense into Baal, and walk after other gods whom you know not, and come and stand before me and say Shabbat shalom, it reads, and come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say we are delivered to do all these abominations. In this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers, and they are robbing even this day. In your eyes, behold, even I have seen it, said Yahweh, and he see how you rob us today. But go ye now into my place, because Yahweh said he required that which is past, which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people Israel. And I ask my brothers and sisters today, is there any record of our fathers once Yahweh destroyed Shiloh? Is it any records of our fathers going back to Shiloh? Reenacting anything that was said in Shiloh? Absolutely not. Instead, another house was named. And it was not in Shiloh. It was in Jerusalem. So today, the house in Jerusalem is not there. So are we to go return back to Jerusalem and do what the Almighty commanded us to do toward that house? Absolutely not. What you praying to? Desolation? It reads, in the 13th verse, and now because ye have done all these works, said Yahweh, and I speak unto you, rising up early and speaking. He's speaking today. But ye heard not, and I called you, but you answered not. Therefore will I do into this house, which is called by my name, wherein ye trust, and into the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. And I will cast you out of my sight, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim, during the days of Shiloh. Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up cry nor prayer for them, neither make intercessions to me, for I will not hear thee. See thou not what they do in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women kneel their dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings into other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. The rumor is this is the same thing that Nimrod and his wife was doing. And these things continued all the way up to Christendom, or all the way up to the Roman Empire. And note, for there was a rumor going around that all the fathers of Israel was guilty, that Israel women and children was only in trouble because of the men. Where it tells us again that it tells us again that Yahweh is just, that he is equal, and he's going to punish us accordingly. So no, it was not just the man's fault that Israel find themselves scattered on the four corners of the earth, but it was the house of Israel's fault. And the house of Israel consists of man, woman, and child. Thus, we just read, the children gathered wood, and the father kindled the fire, and the women or mother kneaded their dough to make cakes, food, sacrifice to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offering. I don't know who in the heck is the queen of heaven. I guess that's the same person that y'all call upon today when you give credit to the queen, what they call it, Mother Nature. Every time you see Yahweh wrath hit the earth, you give that credit to Mother Nature. That's what the Christians have taught you. To keep the traditions of Nimrod and the Catholic Church going. But we know that there is only one creator. And our creator is speaking against the queen of heaven, Mother Nature, Statue of Liberty, or anything else you can conjure up. that denotes idolatry. And it allows us to know that the man, the woman, and child was guilty. To the extent that they provoked Yahweh to anger. The 19th verse. Do they provoke me to anger? Is the question, said Yahweh. Do they not provoke themselves to confusion as it is this day of their own faces? Therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, my anger and my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man, upon the beast, upon the trees of the field, and upon the fruit of the ground. And it shall burn, and shall not be quenched. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, put your burnt offerings into your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. But again, Israel, this thing commanded I them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim, and you shall be my people, as I promised your fathers way back in Genesis 17. And walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well, and you know if it's well, you shall be accepted into you. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walk in the counsels of their brothers and sisters, and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backwards, not forward. You ain't progressed. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt. No, not before, but since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt into this day. I have even sent into you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet they hearken not unto me, nor incline their ear, but hardened their necks. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken unto thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. Many people that sing the title, they ain't responding to that, because they have some idea the brother is about to reveal our thought of this being Babylon is not. So they ain't returned. They're not going to come to this one. I might have had to use another name. Maybe I shouldn't use Babylon. But it lets us know when the Almighty sent his prophets, rising them up early to his people, they would not hearken. They did worse than their fathers. The 27th verse reads, therefore thou shalt speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken to thee. Thou shalt also call unto them, but they will not answer thee. But thou shalt say unto them, this is a nation that obey not the voice of Yahweh their Elohim, nor receive correction. They're going to keep saying, now I ain't worrying about the land enjoying the Sabbath. I'm enjoying it. Thus it reads, nor receive correction. Truth, just like the mercy, is perished and is cut off from their mouths. Cut off thy hair, O Jerusalem, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high places. For Yahweh have rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. For the children of Yehudah have done evil in my sight, said Yahweh. They have set their abomination in the house which is called by my name, to pollute it. They have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the sons of Hammon, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded them not, neither came it to my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that it shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the sons of Hammon, but the valley of slaughter. For they shall bury in Tophet till there be no place. And the carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the heavens and for the beasts of the earth. And all these things happen under the Babylonian rule, and none shall flay them away. This is like cause to cease from the cities of Yehuda and from the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of merit and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, for the land shall be desolate. It tells us, if we turn to the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah, the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah, and we find in the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah, if we pick up at the 5th verse, let's start at the very first verse and read these first 8 verses. And it reads, woe be unto the pastors, the Morays, the preachers, the Kohanes, that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pastors, said Yahweh. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, against the pastors, the Morays, the preachers, the Kohanes, that feed my people. Ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing, said Yahweh. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, whether I have driven them, even though you feed them something else. And I will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. And I will set up shepherds over them, which shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking, said Yahweh. Behold, the days come, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, said Yahweh, that I will raise into David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment just in the earth. In his days Yehuda shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely, and this is his name, whereby he shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that they shall no more say Yahweh live, which brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But Yahweh live, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of America, out of Rome, out of Britain. No, it does not read in that wise. It says out of the north country, and from all countries, whether I have driven them. And this is during the time of the Babylonian dispersion, or being brought into the Babylonians. And they shall dwell in their own land. One second, please. These phones are going out real quick. 1 second, please. Sorry about that, Israel. They kicked me off. My phone got low, and I guess the battery kicked me off. We should be... I'll reread the 8th verse. But Yahweh of 8th verse of the 23rd chapter of Jeremiah. But Yahweh lived, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of the north country, and from all countries whither I have driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 27th chapter, the 24th chapter, the 24th chapter of Jeremiah. We got a couple more and we'll be done. Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, tells us this. If we read the first 10 verses, Jeremiah 24, I'll pick up. I'll start at the very first verse. We got time. We don't have to speed read. We need this information to allow us to know what Yahweh said and did concerning Babylon and concerning the rumor that circulate around us today that America is considered Babylon. Rome is considered Babylon. Britain is considered Babylon. There is another Babylon after the Almighty told us that he will destroy Babylon. The root, the son, the nephew. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah 4, real quick, Yahweh showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set before the temple of Yahweh. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captives Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and the princes of Yehuda with the carpenters and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. 1 basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe. And this just denotes people that actually accepted their punishment, heard and understood what Yahweh brought upon them, and they were good citizens in the eyes of Yahweh and the master of the land that they found themselves in. And the other basket had very naughty figs. These were people that spoke against prophecy. These were people that told the Israelites that you wasn't going to be here long and that you're going to get out this way and that way, as our brothers and sisters talk today. But they were known that they couldn't be eaten. They were so bad. The 3rd verse reads, Then said Yahweh to me, What seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, figs. The good figs, very good. The evil, very evil, that cannot be eaten. They are so evil. Again, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Yehuda, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. For I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up, and I will give them an heart to know me, that I am Yahweh, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim, for they shall return unto me with their whole heart. And as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Surely thus said Yahweh, so will I give Zedekiah, one of the evil figs, the king of Yehuda, and his princesses, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt, because many of the people refused to go into Babylon, they ran into Egypt. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, as you are today, a taunt and a curse in all places whither I shall drive them. And I will send the sword, the famine, the pestilence among them till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers. The 25th chapter tells us, if we pick up at the 8th verse of the 25th chapter, and it reads, Therefore, thus saith Yahweh of hosts, because you have not heard my words, behold, I will send and take all the families of the north. Don't forget what you read in Jeremiah 23, verse 8. Take all the families of the north, said Yahweh, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant at the time, and will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about, and will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and a perpetual desolation. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of merit, talking about you and I, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom. That's why there's more of the unmarried than the married. And the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone. That's why many of us unemployed can't find a decent job. And the light of the candle. And this whole land shall be a desolation and an astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And it shall come to pass, note, when 70 years are accomplished, that I, the Almighty, the creator of the heaven and earth, will punish the king of Babylon and that nation. As we read in Isaiah 13 and 14, said Yahweh, for their iniquity. And one of the iniquities was they thought they was God in the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation. And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have pronounced against it, even all that is written in this book, which Jeremiah have prophesied against all the nations. For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also, and I will recompense them according to their deeds and according to the work of their own hand. And he did. It also tells us in the 27th chapter of Jeremiah, I'll just read a few words to allow you to know that Yahweh mean what he say, and the reason why we found ourselves in Babylon, and the Almighty let us know that he will visit Babylon and punish Babylon and restore his people. Well, here in Jeremiah 27, it tells us in the 4th verse, and command them to say unto their masters, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, thus shall ye say unto your masters. Well, today master would be Trump. It says, I have made the earth, the man and the beast that are upon the ground, by my great power and by my stretched out arm, and have given it into whom it seemed meet unto me. And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and the beasts of the field have I given him also to serve him. And all nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the very time of his land comes. And then many nations and great kings, like the great King Cyrus, shall serve themselves of him. And it shall come to pass that the nation and kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation, those people will I punish, said Yahweh, with the sword and with the famine and with the pestilence until I consume them by his hand. Nope. He's still going to be in rule. It's still going to be his policies. Therefore hearken not ye to your prophets, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters. You don't even supposed to have them in the midst of you, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, you shall not serve the king of Babylon. Do y'all see any coincidence? Do you not? Can you see can you make a comparison? We tell them that they are not under the covenant of the law. They tell us we wicked and we wrong. Well, look what it says here. The last sentence of the 9th verse says, we're speaking to you, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon. The Almighty saying, the wicked man, the man that do not have wisdom and understanding will tell you that you are under the covenant of the law. They will tell you that you are not to serve Nebuchadnezzar. You are only to serve Yahweh. Well, the Almighty is exposing them right here. He exposed you. Again, it reads, if we start at the you shall not, okay, the 10th verse. So I want to read that last sentence of the 9th verse one more time. It says, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon. The 10th verse reads, for they prophesied a lie. So they telling you you are not to serve the king of Babylon, the Almighty letting you know they lying. Well, they also lying when they say Shabbat Shalom, they under the covenant and they serving Yahweh. The Almighty calling them a liar with this sentence. For they prophesied a lie to you, to remove you far from your land, that I should drive you out and you shall perish. But the nations, again, for all you that's going to believe Yahweh and not man, it reads in the 11th verse, but the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land, said Yahweh, and they shall till it and dwell therein. I speak also to Zedekiah the king of Judah, one of the bad figs, according to all these words, saying, bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him and his people and live. But they said to me, Shabbat Shalom, we under the covenant of the law, brother. The 13th verse reads, why will you die? That would be the response of Jeremiah if somebody said what our brothers and sisters are saying today. He would have responded and said, why will you die? Die and thy people by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, as Yahweh has spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon. Therefore hearken not unto the words of your mores, your teachers, your prophets, your elders that speak unto you, saying, you shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie into you. And a lie is one of the 7 abominations that Yahweh hates. So there is no excuse, no way that you can get around for lying to his people. No excuse. You can say all you want, you just didn't know, you still lied. Thus, it continues to tell us, in the 15th verse, for I have not sent them, said Yahweh, yet they prophesied a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, that ye might perish, you and the prophets, and the prophecy, and you, slow down, and the prophets that prophesied unto you. Also I speak unto the priests, and to all this people, saying, thus saith Yahweh, hearken not to the words of your prophets that prophesied unto you, saying, behold, the vessels of Yahweh house should now surely be brought again from Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you. Hearken not unto them. Serve the king of Babylon and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? But if they be prophets, as I teach, if you truly teaching what Yahweh said, why are you still here? It says, but if they be prophets, and if the word of Yahweh be with them, let them now make intercession to Yahweh. That's what I say. Is Yahweh hand heavy, or is his hand shortened and his ear heavy? Why can't you make intercession to Yahweh of hosts, that the vessels which are left in the house of Yahweh and in the house of the king of Yehudah and at Jerusalem go not to Babylon? For thus said Yahweh of hosts, concerning the pullers and concerning the sea and concerning the bases and concerning the residue of the vessels that remain in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took not when he carried away captives Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehudah, from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the nobles of Yehudah and Jerusalem. Yea, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of Yahweh and in the house of the king of Yehudah and Jerusalem. They shall be carried to Babylon, and there shall they be until the day that I visit them, said Yahweh. Then, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, will I bring them up and restore them to this place. Jeremiah 50. Jeremiah 50, please. Two more and we're done. Jeremiah 50. And it tells us in Jeremiah 50, more burdens and decorations against the country of Babylon and the great mystical city. It says, the word that Yahweh speak against Babylon and against the land of the Chaldees by Jeremiah the prophet. Declare you among the nations and publish and set up. Please take note of these words. That way we understand what we're reading. A standard, publish and conceal not. Say Babylon is taken. Baal is confounded. Mordek is broken in pieces. Her idols are confounded. Her images are broken in pieces. And based on the Roman Catholic Church, that religion had more images and idols than any other religion. For out of the north there comes up a nation against her. No, against Babylon. And who was that nation? None other than the Medes, Persians. It says, a nation against her, which shall make her land desolate, and none shall dwell therein. They shall remove, they shall depart, both man and beast. No. In those days, in that time, said Yahweh, the children of Israel shall come. They and the children of Yehudah together, meaning they're back home, going and weeping. They shall go and seek Yahweh their Elohim. They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces toward thitherward, saying, come and let us join ourselves to Yahweh in a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten. My people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray, teaching that they are under the Sabbath. They have turned them away on the mountains, talking about don't serve the King of America. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. All that found them have devoured them. And their adversary said, no. And this is said even today. And if you look at these shadow slavery movies, you can find these same words being quoted out of the master's mouth, even though it's a movie. It says, all that found them have devoured them. And their adversary said, we offend not. These niggas get everything they deserve. Why? Because they have sinned against Yahweh. That's the enemy saying this. The enemy know this. They know who you are. They know why you punished. They know that there is not another people on the face of the earth that goes through what you go through. It reads, we offend not, because they have sinned against Yahweh, the habitation of justice, even Yahweh. And that's why you don't have no justice today, even though you keep saying you under the law, but never a recipient of justice. Even Yahweh, the hope of their fathers, and the hope of us, their children. Remove out the midst of Babylon, and go forth out the land of Chaldeans, and be as the he-goat before the flock. For lo, I will raise and cause to come up against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country, and they shall set themselves in array against her. Well, I guess we can use this part dealing with the north country. They say, well, that's America. So are you saying America was used to destroy Babylon? Absolutely not. But is still known as one of the great nations from the north country. And they shall set themselves in array against Babylon. From thence she shall be taken. Their arrow shall be as of a mighty expert man. None shall return in vain, meaning they all going to hit the mark. And Chaldee shall be a spoil. All that spoil her shall be satisfied, said Yahweh. Because you were glad, because you rejoiced, O ye destroyers of my heritage, because you are grown fat. And start talking about I, as the heifer at grass, and bow and below as bulls. Your mother shall be sore confounded. She that bare you shall be ashamed. Behold, the hindermost of the nations shall be a wilderness, a dry land and a desert. Because of the wrath of Yahweh, it shall not be inhabited. But, no, it shall not be inhabited. But it shall be woefully desolate. Everyone that goes by Babylon shall be astonished and hiss at all her pledges. But, put yourselves in array against Babylon round about, all you that bend the bow. Shoot at her. Spare no arrows, for she hath sinned against Yahweh. Shout against her round about. She hath given her hand, her foundations are fallen. Her walls, great walls they was talking about, her walls are thrown down, for it is vengeance of Yahweh. Take vengeance upon her, as she hath done, do unto her. Cut off the sword from Babylon, and him that handled the sickle in the time of harvest. For fear of the oppressing sword, they shall turn every one to his people, and they shall flee every one to his own land. At this time, Israel is a scattered sheep. The lions have driven him away first. No, the lions have driven him away first. I just allowed you to know, according to Daniel, the 7th chapter, this lion, this eagle, this Babylon was first. Was the first empire to rule over us. It says first, the king of Assyria, and those were the ones that took the north first, have devoured him, and last this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, have broken his bones. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will punish the king of Babylon and his land, as we read in Isaiah 13 and 14, as I have punished the king of Assyria. And I will bring Israel again to his habitation, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his soul shall be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days, and in that time, said Yahweh, note your iniquities. The iniquities of Israel should be sought for, and there shall be none. And the sin of Yehuda, and they shall not be found. For I, Yahweh alone, not no Trump, I will pardon them whom I reserve. This is the true pardon. And then it tells us in the 21st verse, go up against the land of Marathim, even against it, and against the inhabitants of Pekah, waste and utterly destroy after them, said Yahweh, and do according to all that I have commanded thee. A sound of battle is in the land and of great destruction. How is the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken? Those are the same questions that was asked in the book of Isaiah, the 14th chapter, the 6th verse. How is Babylon become a desolation among the nations? I have laid a snare for thee. Thy art also taken, O Babylon, and thy was not aware. Thy art found, and also caught, because thy hast striven against Yahweh. Yahweh hath opened his armory, and have brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of Yahweh Elohim of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. Come against her from the uttermost borders. Open her storehouses. Cast her up as heap, and destroy her utterly. Let nothing of her be left. Slay all her bullocks. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them, for their day is come, the time of their visitation. The voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the vengeance of Yahweh our Elohim, the vengeance of his temple. Call together the archers against Babylon, all ye that bend the bow, camp against it round about. Let none thereof escape. Recompense her according to her work, according to all that she have done, do unto her. For she hath been proud against Yahweh, against the Holy One of Israel. Therefore shall her young men fall in the streets, and all her men of war shall be cut off in that day, said Yahweh. And they will, as I stated. The war only lasted one day, and they was able to take over the city and all that without even destroying the city. It tells us in the 31st verse, behold, I am against thee, O thy most proud, said Yahweh Elohim of hosts. For thy day is come, the time that I will visit thee, and the most proud shall stumble and fall, and none shall rise him up. And I will kindle a fire in his cities, and it shall devour all around about him. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Yehuda were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. Same as Pharaoh. Their Redeemer is strong. Yahweh of hosts is his name. He shall thoroughly plead their cause, that he may give rest to the land, and disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon. A sword is upon the Chaldeans, said Yahweh, and upon the inhabitants of Babylon, and upon their princes, and upon their wise men. A sword is upon the liars, and they shall dock. A sword is upon her mighty men, and they shall be dismayed. A sword is upon their houses, their horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the mingled people that are in the midst of her. And they shall become as women. A sword is upon her treasures, and they shall be robbed. A drought is upon her waters, and they shall be dried up. For it is the land of graven images, and they are mad upon their idols. Same with Rome and the Catholic Church or any other Christendom. Therefore the wild beasts of the desert with the wild beasts of the isles shall dwell there, and the isles shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever. How in the heck is something inhabited which was never to be inhabited again? Neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. As Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, and I don't know none of you can find Sodom and Gomorrah, so how do you come up with Babylon? As Yahweh overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighbor cities thereof, said Yahweh, so shall no man abide there, neither shall any son of man dwell therein. Behold, a people shall come from the north, and a great nation, and many kings shall be raised up from the coast of the earth. They shall hold the bow and the lance. They are cruel and will not show mercy. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall ride upon horses, everyone put in array, like a man to the battle against thee, O daughter of Babylon. The king of Babylon have heard the report of them, and his hands wax feeble. Anguish take hold of him, and pains as of a woman in travail. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of Jordan into the habitation of the strong, but I will make them suddenly run away from her. And who is a chosen man that I may appoint over her? For who is like me? And who will appoint me the time? And who is that shepherd that will stand before me? Therefore hear ye counsel. Therefore hear you the counsel of Yahweh, that he hath taken against Babylon, and his purposes that he hath proposed against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitation desolate with them. At the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved, and the cry is heard among the nations. And then the last chapter we will read is chapter 51, dealing with Yahweh's judgment upon Babylon. Thus said Yahweh, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them, that rise up against me, a destroying wind, and will send into Babylon fanners that shall fan her, and shall empty her land. For in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. Against him that let the archer bend his bow, and against him that lifts himself up in his by random, and spare you not her young men. Destroy you utterly all her hosts. Thus the slain shall fall. In the land of the Chaldeans, and they that are thrust through in her streets. For Israel have not been forsaken, because Yahweh will remember his covenant again, nor Yehuda of his Elohim, of Yahweh of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Yahweh vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense. Babylon had been a golden cup in Yahweh's hand that made all the earth drink it. And if we were to continue to read all of Isaiah 14, you would have seen all the nations that the cup was handed to. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore the nations are mad. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain. If so be she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go every one into his own country. For her judgment reached into heaven, and is lifted up even into the skies. Yahweh hath brought forth our righteousness. Come, and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahweh our Elohim. And that's all we're doing with these couple of chapters, declaring what Yahweh actually did, and he fulfilled it. Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. Yahweh has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, Persia, Cyrus, for his device is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of Yahweh, the vengeance of his temple. Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. Make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambush. For Yahweh hath both devised and done that which he speaks against the inhabitants of Babylon. O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thy end is come, and the measure of thy covenants. Yahweh of hosts has sworn by himself, saying, surely I will fill thee with men as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up a shout against thee. It continues to tell us and introduce a song of praise to Elohim. Thus the 15th verse reads, he hath made the earth by his power. He hath established the world by his wisdom, and hath stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he causes the vapors to ascend from the end of the earth. He makes lightnings with rain. He makes lightning with rain, and brings forth the wind out of his treasures. Every man is brutish by his own knowledge. Every founder is confounded by the graven image. For his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are vanity, the work of errors. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things. And Israel is the rod of his inheritance. Yahweh of hosts is his name. And then it talks a little more about the tools that Yahweh will use against Babylon. It says, thy art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms. And with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider. And with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider. With thee also will I break in pieces man and woman. And with thee will I break in pieces old and young. And with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. And with thee will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers. And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea all their evil that they have done in Zion in your sight, said Yahweh. Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, said Yahweh, which destroyed all the earth. And I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain. And they shall not take of thee stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever. So they don't even have a cornerstone to reestablish. We at least had a cornerstone to reestablish the temple. The Almighty said he's taking all that away from Babylon. So he don't even have nothing to reestablish himself with. Thus it reads, set ye up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet beyond the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her the kingdoms of Iraq, Menin, Ashkenaz, appoint a captain against her, cause the horses to come up as the rough caterpillars, prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes and captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion. And they posted conquered over 100, had over 127 provinces. And the land shall tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of Yahweh shall be performed against Babylon. Circle that. To make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitants. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their holes. Their might have failed. They became as women. They have burnt their dwelling places. Her bars are broken. One post shall run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken at one end, and that the passage are stopped, and the reeds they have burnt with fire, and the men of war are frightened. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her. Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, hath devoured me. He hath crushed me. He hath made me an empty vessel. He hath swallowed me up like a dragon. He hath filled his belly with my delicacies. He hath cast me out. The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon. Shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and my blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea shall Jerusalem say. And we're going to say these same words when we close this presentation with our song. It tells us in the 36th verse, therefore thus said Yahweh, behold, I will plead thy cause and take vengeance for thee, and I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry, and Babylon shall become heaps and a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment and a hissing without inhabitants. They shall roar together like lions. They shall yell as lions' whips. In their heat I will make their feasts, and I will make them drunken, that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep, and not awake, say Yahweh. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with he-goats. How is Shishak taken? How is the praise of the whole earth surprised? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? The sea is come up upon Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwells, neither does any son, or man pass thereby. And I will punish Baal, the Babylonian, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he hath swallowed up. And the nations shall not flow together any more into him. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver you every man his soul from the fierce anger of Yahweh. And lest your heart faint, and you fear for the rumor, like many of you do today, that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that, in another year shall come a rumor, and violence in the land, rulers against rulers. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heavens and the earth and all that is therein shall sing for Babylon, for the spoilers shall come into her from the north, said Yahweh. As Babylon have caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Then it ends in a speaking of how Yahweh spoke to the Hebrews that were in Babylon. It says, you that have escaped the sword, go away. Stay not still. Remember Yahweh afar off, and let Jerusalem come to your mind. That's where you're supposed to be going back to. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame hath covered our faces, for strangers are come into the sanctuaries of Yahweh's house. Wherefore, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will do judgment upon her graven images, and through all her land the wounded shall groan. Though Babylon shall mount up to heaven, and though she should fortify the heights of her strength, yet from me shall spoilers come into her, said Yahweh. A sound of a cry comes from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because Yahweh has spoiled Babylon, and destroyed out of her the great voice. When her waves do roar like great waters, a noise of their voice is uttered. Because the spoil is come upon her, even upon Babylon, and her mighty men are taken. Every one of their bows is broken, for Yahweh Elohim recompense shall surely require. And I will make drunk her princes and her wise men, her captains and her rulers, and her mighty men, and they shall sleep a perpetual sleep, and not awake, said Yahweh, or says the King, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken, and her high gates shall be burnt with fire, and the people shall labor in vain, and the folks in the fire, and they shall be weary. The word which Jeremiah the prophet commanded Shariah, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, when he went with Zedekiah the king of Yehudah into Babylon in the 4th year of his reign. And this Shariah was a quiet prince. So Jeremiah wrote in a book all the evil that should come upon Babylon. That's why we can read it today. Even all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Shariah, when thou come to Babylon, and shall see, and shall read all these words, then shall thou say, Yahweh, thou hast spoken against this place to cut it off, as I am teaching this day, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. And it shall be, when thou hast made an end of reading this book, that thou shalt bind a stone to it, and cast it into the midst of Euphrates, which we won't do today. And thou shalt say, thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not arise from the evil that I will bring upon her. And they shall be weary thus far, as the words of Jeremiah. We will end on that note, dealing with the presentation called by the rivers of Babylon. We will open up for comments and questions. Please remember 2 minutes per comment or question. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Allow Yah, great presentation.
Hallelujah.
Allow Yah.
Praise the mighty Yah for that lesson. Praise the mighty Yah for that lesson.
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Much appreciated.
Hallelujah. Well, what y'all say about this rumor? It's an old rumor. Many of us old heads been knowing this for years about this 2 Babylons. What y'all think about this?
I comment first. This brother Neriah.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm off mute.
I just got a I was just blown away by that. Because, like I say, I've been taught wrong. And I ain't scared to admit it. I thought that America was Babylon. That's why I asked you. I kept looking at something. I said, I need to get his teaching on that. That's why I asked you that, because now I just thank y'all every day for you. That's all.
That's why you got that instant request, because you asked me a couple of days ago. I put it together for today. Instant request.
I just been blown away, because I'm like, man, these people teaching us like this. We've been taught wrong.
They're teaching us a lot of stuff wrong.
Oh, my goodness. So now I'm going to have to go back on the video, and I go back over it again. I always do that, because that just blows me away just listening to that.
Absolutely, brother. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, and I praise God for you all day, every day.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Praise the mighty Yah. Somebody else can comment now, but I'm just blown away. That's all I can say.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Pertaining to that, or can I make a comment about something else?
Sure.
Well, I really just don't get it how, people, I don't know if they reading or not, but one thing I can say is it seems as though a lot of our people are really listening to other people instead of really listening to what Yah's word is saying. I mean, it's just like they think that the people teaching have better words than Yah. Like their words are the truth.
Absolutely.
And then it's like they really can't just wrap it around their minds, and I am totally bottled by it. They cannot wrap around their minds that we are not keeping no holy convocations. Like, it's just like, why is it that you can't get it when you see all the things that's happening to us, all the things that's happening in this place? Like, how can you even wrap your mind around such a thing? Like, I just feel like it's so disrespectful to the Creator to sit up here and think that you actually really keeping something in a disgusting, polluted place. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But they'll continue to listen to these teachers who give their own opinions and they'll give a few scriptures and then they'll give their own opinion. Like, I don't want to hear your opinion. Give me what Yah said. That's all I want to know.
And you just answered your question. You said you don't know how they can do it. It's because they're going to lean on their own understanding and they're going to listen to their brothers. That's the same way in Numbers 14 when the Almighty told the Israelites to go up. And they came back with a bad report. And they were scared to go up. So the next day they wanted to go up. And Moses called it evil. He called something that the children of Israel wanted to do the next day evil because they didn't do it on the day that Yahweh said it. So it allows us to know the next day is not going to be credited to you. So what you're trying to do today is not going to be credited. It's denote evil.
And in the place where you want to do it, and it ain't the place that's supposed to be done.
That's why it denotes evil. You're not being obedient, and you cannot hold something holy in a polluted land. It will be a defilement. Anytime you try to do something holy among the common man is a profilement to the holy. Look up the word profanement.
Why they just don't get it?
Because they don't want to get it. It's Yahweh. Sister, it's Yahweh that open up our ears. What do we ask Yahweh every class? We ask Yahweh to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart to be acceptable in His sight. We want to fear Him and hear Him.
Yeah.
So if He open up our ear, guess what? We're going to hear Him. Yeah. That means a lot of people's ears are not open. What do you think the congregation of the dead ears are open?
Absolutely not.
All right then.
And then on top of that, there's no way at all that they don't have the spirit of pride. Like, I mean, it's just no way. Like to me, I feel like they have to have the spirit of pride, and you already know how the Creator feels about that. So you got that, and you think you know everything, and I might not know everything, but the teacher over here know everything, so I'm gonna just listen to them. I'm not gonna listen to what Yah said. I'm not gonna listen to what Thus said, the Creator said. I'm gonna listen to what the brother said, because what he said sound like it make more sense to me, because we are over here, and we should be doing something.
And he got on some nice rough clothing to deceive us. And he got a nice car out there, and everybody chasing him. I'm gonna listen to him. Damn what Yahweh said. I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna show up in his class. Damn what Yahweh said, and that's exactly what our people do. And the Almighty said our fathers was the same way when he said when they threw his law behind them. That's exactly what they do.
But you know what?
They throwing his word behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Not in front of them, behind them.
Right, and it's crazy. But they don't see that though. But when you
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Oh yeah. You know what? Because I know you were saying how they know the truth, but they refuse to teach it.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I was asked a few years back, and I'm quite sure there's some people on here that can witness. I don't make up nothing. From my brothers and sisters that was in Alicia class. And they asked me, how much, or on a percentage-wise, do you think our brother is in error? And I said 90%. And they said, what? I said, yeah, the brother's in error at least 90%. And then they tried to slide on me, as you just stated. Well, they don't know. And I said, yes, they do. Mm-hmm. And they said, how you know if he know or not? I said, because I told him myself. The scripture says, tell them if they hear or forbear. That don't mean you don't know. I told you. You just didn't accept it.
Right.
The scripture tells us in Proverbs 9, dealing with him that reproves. You reprove a wise man, he going to love you and he going to increase in learning. So don't tell me you didn't know. You just didn't accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I watched that debate with you and Moray Alicia, and I'm like, there's no way in the world. No way in the world. And I wish it was a clearer debate, because it was from some other guys. I think he had a little tablet or something. Not a tablet, like a little some little device. But I wish it was something that could have been like live. But I guess nobody has that.
Well,
nobody has that at the house.
We have the video. I have a video. I just got to get it out of a camera. I have a camera that my wife videoed the whole debate, but the battery ran out. I haven't been able to get another battery. We don't even have Radio Shacks and stuff like that around Cincinnati no more. So the recording is stuck in the recorder. So once I can get the tape out of the hand recorder, then we can, get it to somebody, and then they can put it on a DVD or whatever it is that they use today.
Yeah, you're gonna have to Google that make and model. Somewhere out there, them Chinese people got a knockoff.
Yeah, they got something. They got something that will match. I'm quite sure. Universal cord or something. They got something.
Mm-hmm.
But I just found a spot in Hartwell that they have old electronics and stuff like that.
I'm going to give it to you and let you take care of that. But I just wanted to say that recording was coming from some young students. That debate was coming from some young students that feared Yahweh and about to depart from evil. I wasn't as sharp as I am now, or none of that. So the Almighty got this set out today. It's set out today. But look what you hear today.
Yeah, but it was sharp enough to tell the truth. You
the truth is being spoken. We didn't add or take away nothing.
Absolutely.
I was just letting you know that we was real young in that day. Real young.
Oh, yeah.
We ain't young no more.
Well, I just wanted to say one more thing about what you had said about
hold on. Put that on hold. I love you. But I gotta be fair. I don't want my brothers in there jumping on me now.
All right.
Hold on. Is there any other comments or questions? And that's very wisely spoken that the sister and the brother have said. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hey, this is Brother Gershom Eliakim. I just want to say, wow, that was really, really good. I needed that. That was at the 5-star table of his word. That was right on time because of everything that's going on today and everything that I heard coming out of Christianity. All the preachers are saying America's Babylon. You saw the ads everywhere. I don't know what they were saying on the Israel side because I didn't know about you guys then.
Same thing.
Same thing. Okay. Yeah, and everybody's pointing to America, to this, that, and the other. But I want to ask a question. Does that mean that Ezekiel 28 or Ezekiel 28 was that something you covered tonight, or was it Isaiah 14 and 12 or Isaiah 12 through 14?
Isaiah 13 and 14. Okay. Isaiah 13 and 14, Isaiah 44 and 45, Isaiah 47 and 48.
Wow.
And Isaiah 21.
And, I think it's funny that you did this tonight because this was exactly where Yah had me go last night, and it blew my mind. And so you going over it tonight, I wasn't able to get into your message until about 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then my phone went blank, for a while. I was out trying to get in through the phone number. And then I just said, you know what, let me try again. So my heart was tested tonight. I'm glad I passed the test.
I've seen you send a message talking about a blackout. I didn't know what you were saying. It's a blackout where you at?
No. For whatever reason, my phone went blackout.
Oh, okay.
And I could not. Every time I dial your number, it was like nothing, just dead air. So that's why I said, "Oh, wow, they got you." You know what I mean? So something told me at the last minute that inner directing spirit told me to go ahead and try again after I wandered around here for a minute, and I was so happy to hear that you came through. So let me just say, I'm going to stop talking. This was right on. I learned a lot. There's so much in that chapter, that everything that you talked about, there's just a plethora of wonderful golden nuggets that lead to so many other things that people might have questions about. I know it happened for me tonight, and I just want to say, as always, I have never been able to tell anybody that I'm thoroughly satisfied like I have since y'all led me to you. So I'm grateful to you, brother, and to that lovely wife of yours that takes care of you and you taking care of her. I just appreciate you, your family, and the family that has been drawn to you in the spiritual community. So amongst our brothers and sisters out there, I'm grateful. So allow Yah. Praise
Yah.
Hallelujah.
We are truly grateful for y'all for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And just like you said yesterday, you had the spirit to where you was actually reading a lot of that which is said about Babylon and found in the book of Isaiah. And I love to say, we are spiritual beings. And Yahweh said, that he is the Elohim of those spirits. So that's all that is. It's just like Brother Nariah. He all the way in Illinois. You all the way in Michigan. I'm all the way in Ohio, and we all got the same spirit. We all already thinking about the same thing. How could that be? How could that be without Yahweh? We ain't even close to each other. It's the spirit of Yahweh.
Allow evidence. That's evidence. Thank you, brother. Allow Yah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
Aliyah, that was very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions? If not, Sister Yahania, you can come on with your other comment or your question.
Okay, I wanted to. Well, I want to give somebody a couple more minutes. Maybe they got something.
Nah, you got it. You got it. You can't jump on me. I already asked.
Okay. Okay. So, I watch a lot of YouTube channels, and there's so many teachings on so many different things. And one thing that has been taught to our people too is that we're Indians and that we've been here before, and so it's like I feel that if you standing on the Creator's word, it doesn't matter what teachers you are listening to on these channels and things like that. If it's not lining up with what the word is saying, then you really should not even be taking it in at all. Because if you listen to the Creator's word, you already know he didn't say that, did he? Did he say we was already over here?
No, he didn't.
Right. So it's just so much stuff. And then the thing is, I've been praying and say, y'all to please help me with getting so emotional, because I'm so emotional about, and I think I said this a couple times before on the broadcast, that I get so like emotionally drained. Like it bothers me so much about the condition of our people and stuff. And then the fact that a lot of our people say that they serve Yah, but they continue to listen to other people. Like, you got to study for yourself. You have to read. You have to focus on what Yah said. And then you had said something about us, a scripture, something about us following the ways of the nations and stuff. And you see that because a lot of our brothers and sisters that say they serve Yah, they are so busy following the Jewish people. Like, we're not Jewish. Their customs are not our customs. So, like, what are y'all doing?
And they live therein according to the Americans. They live therein.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm really confused. And it really vexed my spirit so badly. Like, I can't, like, some teachers I just can't even listen to. I just, like, it just does not fit my spirit at all. At all.
Well,
I can't do it.
You should just imagine how my spirit is when I stroll through Facebook and these guys self-proclaim and calling themselves dreams and all type of stuff, and they are so far away from the truth. And when I try to help them, they'll tell me, well, you know what to do. If you don't accept it, stroll on past. And that ain't the way, that ain't Israel. And when they talk like that to me, that let me know you ain't Israel. Because you can't show me one prophet that ever said something like that. He would have died. The Almighty would have killed him if he would have told his people, well, if you don't believe what I'm saying, just go on and stroll on through.
Yep.
You see what happened to Moses?
Yeah. There's so many people with pride. That pride is destroying people, for real. They don't even understand. That's dangerous. You know,
Almighty ain't never allowed no man to tell his children just go on and stroll by. Don't pay them no mind. That prophet would have died that day.
Mhm. There's no love, really. There's no love. It's all about them, you know. And I believe a lot of them, you know, I think a lot of them suffer from that narcissism. Very narcissistic.
Yeah, you know? Well, we can use any modern term we like.
Yeah, crazy. In other words, I'm saying they crazy.
Yeah, that's what our great said. All they know is that they fool. All they know. Right. Another word for fool is that narcissist or whatever you say.
Yeah, narcissistic and all kind of stuff. It's just a terrible, evil spirit.
And it's exactly what you called it, a vaccine of spirit. That's all it's doing. It's vexing our spirit. When we hear these things, because we fearing him, because we depart from evil. So when we hear these things, it vexes our spirit.
Yeah, and I try not to say anything anymore because before I go off, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to waste my time. Why waste my energy?
Like I say, send them to me. I tell each and every one of you, you got some problem with these brothers and sisters, and you think that they are willing to hear, send them to me.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. They're not willing to hear. And then you have people, they'll listen to the truth of Yah's word, then they'll go back and listen to some crazy stuff, and then they get all mixed up and confused. It's just better if you know a brother or sister speaking what Yah said, stick to that and then study for yourself. But anything other than that, somebody giving a story about what they seen, giving their opinion, then going to put the scriptures on it. And I don't have time for that. Just give me Yah's word.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Yahweh said, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. But in all thy getting, get understanding. And that's what our brothers and sisters are missing. They can stand in the class, they can open their book, they can read you some wisdom, they can read you some knowledge. They just don't have the understanding of the wisdom and knowledge. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, listen to this. The House of Israel Atlanta now is to the point where I think it was like that before, but now it's really strict now. Because you know they the remnant, right? And if you ain't in that class, they the remnant.
No,
if you're not in that class, if you're not in that class, they can't talk to you or nothing because they the remnant.
Well, we know that is foolishness, and we don't need to.
Right.
We don't need to propagate their foolishness.
Right.
We know that ain't. We know that's nothing but.
You know why I said it though. You know I know they're not the remnant. Not with their foolishness.
Absolutely. And the remnant, and I'm not saying they can't be the remnant. I didn't say that. I'm saying they ain't the remnant.
Going against God's word.
No. Hear me out, sister. Hear me out, please. I said they're not the remnant. I'm not saying they can't be the remnant. And you say, well, why not, brother? They wicked in heck. Why not, Samuel? Because the Almighty said the remnant will be wicked. The remnant will be unclean. The remnant will need to be cleansed. The remnant will need a new heart. Please listen. The remnant will need a new heart. The remnant will need a new spirit. So I will never say they can't be of the remnant, but they ain't the remnant now because the remnant denotes those that's left. We ain't been saved yet, so we don't know what's left. So when the Almighty come and save us, whoever is living on the earth that he choose will be the remnant. You got to be alive to be the remnant. So whoever alive in that day will be the remnant. And they will be dirty. I am not walking around here teaching that we some holier than thou people. We dirty. We just got some truth. We still dirty.
Yep, we got
so much stuff that we done. We got so much stuff that we done did before we got into knowledge. And you're gonna say you ain't dirty, but the Almighty said no. The Almighty said, when I save you, your iniquities and your sins will be sought for, but they ain't gonna find them. Why not? Because He's gonna pardon you. That's it.
Yes.
So until He pardon you, you unclean too. Until He pardon you, you unclean too. You just got some understanding. You just got some understanding more than your brothers.
Right.
That's without blood too.
And I'm striving to fear Yah and depart from evil every day.
There it is.
That's because He's spoken.
Keep up with your integrity. What was you saying, brother? How you pronounce that? Eliakim.
Eliakim. It's like Eli. Eliakim.
Yeah, I understand, brother.
Okay.
But it was something you were saying.
Right. I was just saying without blood as well, and all he had to do is declare it. That's his decision.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I had the reason why I bring it up, I was jumped on by 3 guys just recently about that, and they was talking about how the blood is necessary. And I said, well, that's fine if that's what you want to believe. But from what I read, I say Yah gave examples of him not requiring any human sacrifices, and blood wasn't necessary. Matter of fact, blood wasn't even necessary to Israel, but he made it necessary by his decision. The same way he make all his decisions. It's by his will. It ain't got nothing to do with what you think or what I think. Oh man, they were all over that. My point is that Yah decreed it. It's the way it is. He said it. Ain't gonna change because he said he don't change. So this whole thing about needing blood, that's a whole nother. That's a chapter, I call it. In the development of things, that's a chapter.
It goes back to that wisdom and the principal thing being understanding, because they just don't understand. They don't understand what you bringing forth. They think that blood is necessary because of them being taught under Christianity. That come from Christianity. Mm-hmm. All these things, all these rumors coming by way of Christianity. They're not coming out of our book. When they say apostolic, I spoke about that, and our sister from St. Louis spelled it for a sister in Michigan. No, not in Michigan, in New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey. Apostolic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the apostolic literature actually comes by way of the Christians.
Yeah.
They are the ones saying which certain chapters in the Holy Scriptures are apostolic. You saying that because you have taken those scriptures out of the Holy Scriptures and made it apostolic for your doctrine.
Absolutely.
That's what the book of Revelation denote. The book of Revelation is the most apostolic book of all Christendom.
Yeah.
Every time people tell you what we waiting on and what, it could be a fire right now in California, and they will tell you that this is apostolic based on the New Testament.
Yeah.
And no, they have a fire every year in California.
Every year.
Every year.
And they weren't yelling about it until they heard it on the news first.
But now it want to be apostolic when you want to call it apostolic.
Yeah. And you had many a big time, very big time, these people, these Ashkenaz, and these people that are claiming to be Israel, going into so-called Israel. Israel is not a land. Israel is a people.
Yeah, the land is Canaan.
Exactly. So they keep talking about in the land of Israel. I told me and my son was laughing about that when we was watching the news and they were talking about in the land of Israel. I said, wow, they really don't understand. Israel is just like them thinking that Yah's son is a person. No, it's a people.
Absolutely.
Allow Yah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shalom, shalom.
Any other? Go ahead, sister.
Yes. Shalom. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm just so thankful to always be around brothers and sisters that lift up the truth of the Most High in His name and His words. And I really am thankful for the class. I wanted to ask one of the verses that you mentioned talked about come out. Why should you be a part of the punishment or the wrath? Can you talk about that a little bit, about coming out from, I don't know.
Coming out of Babylon. And the Almighty, I think you're speaking about what was read in Jeremiah 50. And it was talking about come out of her. And what the Almighty wanted the Israelites to do was come out of her, where they would not be a recipient of the destruction that he was going to bring on them. So at this time, if you notice, I read a couple of times where it talked about he was sending the Medes against them. So this is during the time that Cyrus is doing his work. So the prophet is telling the children of Israel to come out of her, while the Almighty got his agent destroying Babylon. That way you don't get destroyed up in it also. So that's all it's talking about. But we know in Isaiah 52, I think it is, it allowed us to know that many people would not leave in haste. So that's another reason why you would have a declaration like that to leave out, because it was already prophetic spoken that everybody would not leave in haste. So there was only a couple deportations where the children of Israel came out under Ezra and Nehemiah and them. Where was the other people at? They were still in Babylon. They had married people. They got little places that they going to worship and all that. So the Almighty was telling them to get out of Babylon, to drop all that mess that you have learned in Babylon. Every time we go in another man's land, we're going to learn their God, and we're going to mingle with their people. I don't care what captivity you find yourself in. You're going to evaporate and assimilate to that enemy until the Almighty save you out of it. So that's all it was saying. Get out of there. Drop everything and run back to your own home. That's all it was. It was just a declaration dealing with the prophecies of Babylon. It wasn't a direct order, or it wasn't like where it was telling everybody that was in Babylon and scattered other places to all come together and run home. No, it wasn't speaking in that sense. But it was speaking in the sense of urgency, how urgent it is to get out of there, because I got my man coming and he going to destroy everything, which was Cyrus.
Yes, yes. And as far as this day and this time, the Most High hasn't told us to do that?
No, I haven't heard it. I just heard Trump just got elected a couple of weeks ago. That's what I heard. I ain't heard nothing about us running out here. And I hear the people talking about Trump. I ain't heard them say one word about Yahweh. They talking about Trump. Almighty ain't saying that to us yet. So.
There is a verse that I can't think of it right now, but it talks about, I believe, and brother, you can correct me on the chronological order in which I'm thinking, but what just came in my spirit, through the directing spirit, that is, to share, is there is a verse that has to do with a latter time when the Gentiles will there's going to be Gentile ships that come to take his people from where they're scattered back to the land. So there's a bunch of rumors going around, especially on YouTube, or at least they may have stopped right now, but for a while there I was running into a lot of talk about you got to leave America, go to Africa, or you got to leave, you got to get out of Babylon. You know what I mean? So again, it go back to that Babylon stuff. But a lot, I don't know. I might be the only one, but I'm wondering if you ever connect. I'm pretty sure you did, but connected the dots with this nations thing and Lucifer, because for whatever reason, I'm still stuck on. Go ahead.
We just read about Lucifer in the 14th chapter of Isaiah.
Yeah.
And Lucifer is just a name. It can also be known as a title, but Lucifer is just the name is used to identify the king of Babylon. Nobody else. No Satan, no serpent, nothing but the king of Babylon. Other than that, you're gonna take it out of context now. If you make it to be anything other than what Yahweh is talking about and the prophet talking about, you're taking it out of context. Lucifer is a title for the king of Babylon, nothing else.
Okay, so explain.
In that chapter.
Yeah, in that chapter, because I was about to say in another chapter, it explains him as which might be the same chapter, I think.
Shining star?
The morning star.
Yeah, that's the same chapter, brother. Same chapter.
Yes, and it's mentioned again, I think it's in Ezekiel 28. But the thing is that it's talking about how Lucifer, was the one in the garden. So, and he was called that old serpent, the ancient serpent, the dragon, Lucifer. So if that's the case, then me and my son was talking about, that's why I'm bringing it up, because it was interesting, not that we have to know or anything like that, that's God's business, but it was interesting that was the first time from this pre-study was that we kind of reasoned that, wow, so that was old Lucifer in the garden, possibly, talking to Eve. And his seed, his evil seed, is the one that's trying to cover up for him, to make us think it's something totally unconnected. And I said to my son, I said, and that would make sense to me as I'm thinking, because they keep trying to put everything on Satan, who's just doing his job. He the tester. Lucifer is the one that was full of vanity.
Well, let me interject this, and maybe it'll clear up some of your thought and reiterate what we just gave out on Isaiah 14. It denotes blasphemy. When it talks about him being in the garden and all that, it denotes blasphemy. It does not denote any permission, nothing like that. And we mix apples and oranges, just like we do with the 400 years and what is written in Deuteronomy 28. In Deuteronomy 28, you don't find the word 400 nowhere, but we hurry up and mix those two together. Same way with Lucifer, Satan, and the serpent. I know you probably meant to say the serpent, but you said Satan. And Satan is not.
I meant to say,
I know. Right. I already know, brother. I'm just going over what you said. But Satan is not in Genesis. It's the serpent. And the serpent is not in Job. The serpent is not in Job. It is Satan. Lucifer is found in the books of the prophets, not in Genesis nor Job. So each one of those titles, each one of those entities belong in its period. So in the third chapter of Genesis, we find serpent. In the first chapter of Job, we find Satan. In the 14th chapter of Isaiah, we find Lucifer. And in the book of Ezekiel, we find Lucifer. Each one of those are their own entities, but dealing with Lucifer, Lucifer's name denotes blasphemy. When it talks about him being in the garden and all that, that denotes when he said that I am. When he said that I am, that is saying like he was among the holy ones in the garden. He is speaking blasphemy toward the Creator. That's why all the words that I read after he said I am denoted his destruction. And note, it said when he is cast down, that he was going to go down with the other great people, and they was going to wake up in their death and say, how have you fallen? How you wind up being down here with us? So it's talking about nothing but a man that has exalted himself over his maker. And I got one place to go real quick to prove it without a shadow of a doubt, and that is in the book of Ezekiel.
Okay.
Let me get there right quick, because there was another man that talked it the same way. Watch this.
Okay.
Let me get there first.
Okay.
Great comment, though. Great question, because a lot of people read this book and don't know what the heck they reading. So we must ask all the questions. I teach there is no dumb question. That is a great question, because many people don't know the answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hallelujah.
Ezekiel, the 28th chapter. Let's take a quick look.
Okay.
And this king is the king of Tyre, Tyre.
Mm-hmm.
And it tells us, let me see if I can jump straight to the point. I haven't read this in a minute, but I have some markings to let me know where I want to jump in at. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to start reading from the 12th verse.
Okay.
We're going to start reading from the 11th verse. But before I get to the 11th verse, let's read the first 6 verses. Ezekiel 28, verse 1 reads, the word of Yahweh came again unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus said Yahweh Elohim, because thy heart is lifted up. Did you hear that?
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what is said about the heart of Lucifer. It says, because thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, what? He's saying the same thing that Lucifer's saying. The king of Babylon, I am.
Mm-hmm.
And there is none I am but Yahweh.
But Yahweh.
So anytime we are foolish enough to say I am, that is straight blasphemy toward the Maker. He said, I am a God. It even tell you what he's saying. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas, yet thy art a man. The Almighty correcting him for us. He letting us know who Lucifer is. He letting us know who these people is that talking about they sitting as Yahweh sit. He says, though thou set thy heart as the heart of Elohim, behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom and with thy understanding, thou hast gotten riches, and hast gotten gold and silver in thy treasures. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thy heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Same thing that happened to one of our kings. Therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, because thou hast set thy heart as the heart of Elohim. Behold, therefore I will bring strangers upon you, and terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their sword against the beauty of thy wisdom, the same thing they did against Lucifer. And they shall defile thy brightness, and they called him the bright morning star, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then it says that we pick up at the 12th verse, Son of man, take up the lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, thus said Yahweh Elohim, thy seal up the psalm, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Note, listen to this. Thy has been and eaten the garden of Elohim. Did you see that, brother?
That's the one I'm talking about right there.
Well, I just read that. In Isaiah dealing with Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
So all it's talking about is a man. When it gives this phrase, it's letting you know that the man has set himself up as he is God. That's all it's talking about. It's not necessarily saying that he was in the garden, because we know that there was only 2 humans in the garden. And they was kicked out, and an angel was placed in the front of the gate with a blazing or flaming sword, so no man other than Adam and Eve have ever entered back in the garden. So how did the king of Tyre be there? How did the king of Babylon be there? That is a figure of speech. That is speaking about one that had exalted himself over the Creator. He is speaking blasphemous. Thus it reads. Hold on, let me make sure I nail this point. It says, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyre, and say unto him, Thus said Elohim, Thou seal up the sun, full of wisdom, perfect in beauty. Thou hast been and eaten the garden. Thou hast been and eaten the garden of Elohim. Every precious stone was thy covering. The citrus, the topaz, the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, the gold. So all it's talking about is the things that he decked himself in. Even our priests was decked in these things. But the Almighty is talking about how this king was decked in these things. He's not talking about him actually being in the garden. We don't even have no scriptures that tell us in the garden there was diamonds and gold and carbuncle. And we don't have no scriptures saying that. We won't find that in the book of Genesis, the first four chapters. You won't find these words. So it's not actually talking about the man being there. It's talking about how the man had decked himself in his imagination. And in his imagination, he has blasphemed against his maker. Thus, it tells us, and of thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day that thou was created. Thy art the anointed cherubim that covers, and I have set thee so. Note, thy was upon the holy mountain of Elohim. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou was perfect in thy ways from the day that thou was created, till iniquity was found in thee. And note, by the multitude of thy merchandise, they have filled the midst of thee with violence. So let us know where this iniquity come from. Fill thee with violence, and thou hast sinned. Therefore I will cast thee as profaned out of the mountain of Elohim, and I will destroy thee, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Thy heart was lifted up, blasphemy, because thy beauty, and thy hast corrupted thy wisdom, by reason of thy brightness. I will cast thee to the ground. I will lay thee before kings, that they may behold thee. And same kings beholded Lucifer. Thou hast defiled thy sanctuaries by the multitude of thy iniquities, by the iniquity of thy traffic. Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of thee. It shall devour thee, and I will bring thee to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all them all them that behold thee. All they that know thee among the people shall be astonished at thee. Thou shalt be a terror, and never shall thou be anymore. So it lets us know that this king went the same way that the king of Babylon went. this king was spoken about the same way that the king of Babylon was. Did you see that, brother?
Yeah, I heard it, I read it, and I'm taking it literal, though.
Yeah, I understand, but you got to also take it according to time and place. And you in the book of Ezekiel talking about King Tyre. So you got to take it in your study. You still got to understand it according to its time and its place. And this is in the book of Ezekiel.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question then. Okay, just because of my thought process. So I look at the first 6 verses there as Yah decreeing to the prince of Tyrus at the time, which could have been exactly who he said he was in the garden walking on the fiery mountain and got cast down out of it, and in the Garden of Eden. That's how I look at it. Like, it could be that he's this Lucifer character back in those days could have still been around, being that who he was, even though he was just a man. But I don't say that with disrespect to what you said and your view. I'm just saying in the way I look at it, it feels like it's much more direct. It's like a reminder to him about who he is. And I noticed that in my book, it's using a capital G. And in my studies, I've realized that there's nothing wrong with the little g's because they represent rulership, dominion, and governance. But the big G is the one that this particular character, who I think is Lucifer from in the garden. That's where I got that from, because when I read that, it was like, it blew my mind. I was like, whoa, I never made that connection before. And, it's something I got to meditate on. But
yeah, that's what I was going to tell you. Keep studying that, because no matter what, it's still speaking about or against. It's still speaking about or against earthly rulers.
Absolutely.
Babylon, the king of Babylon was an earthly ruler. The king of Tyre was an earthly ruler.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. I don't believe Lucifer.
And all men have their date. The Almighty said, the man goes into the ground from which he came, and the spirit that Yahweh gave them go back to Yahweh. So we just read in Genesis 50 that our great brother Josiah or Joseph died at 110 years old. We got scriptures about our great father Moses and Aaron and Isaac and Abraham, and we even got the story that is found in Genesis 5 where our fathers was living all the way up to 950 years old. The point I am making is all humans die. They are not coming back. So if Lucifer died, he can't be in Ezekiel as Tyre, the king of Tyre. Not if he died. Now, if he ain't never died, then maybe he can float around in history and become somebody else. But the Almighty let us know that Lucifer was killed, destroyed.
Right. Where's that at? Because that's what I'm probably missing.
Oh, well, like you said, you didn't come in to 6, so I don't know. At 6 o'clock, we might have been past that.
Oh, I'll listen to the broadcast. Yeah,
okay, but read Isaiah 13 and 14 together.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Read Isaiah 13 and 14, and you will see that, he is totally gone. He wasn't even allowed to have no son, no nephew, or nothing to pick up his name. He's gone.
That's because the interesting thing was in when I was as I was traversing between and back and forth in the scriptures and things like that, something interesting came up about evil seed of Lucifer?
Say that again.
As I was traversing back and forth between in my studying, something popped up interesting to me. I didn't know that there was an evil seed of Lucifer.
There's an evil seed of man, period.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. Lucifer only being described here as a cherub, something that cherub means that
Lucifer is not. See, that's what I'm saying, brother. But you say you're gonna study, so we ain't gonna want to go too far out of this Babylon. But Lucifer is not in the 28th chapter of Ezekiel. You just put him there. He's not there. That name is nowhere in this whole chapter, in the whole book.
Okay.
In the book of Ezekiel.
You talking about Ezekiel or Isaiah?
Yeah, Ezekiel. You was in Ezekiel, and you said Yahweh called him cherubim. Cherubim is in Ezekiel 28. Cherubim is not in Isaiah 14 nor 13. So that's what I'm saying. We gotta teach this according to its time and place, and it'll make us see it way clearer. These are individuals.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Individual men. They ain't just individual. They individual men. Humans that once lived on the earth and is dead. Nothing else.
So I'll study it further. But I do find it odd that the Creator would mention the Garden of Eden here.
Hallelujah. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it, brother.
All right, brother. Much respect. Hallelujah.
Very greatly and very wisely spoken, brother. Is there any other comments before they click us off and I can read our last song? Is there any other comments before we conclude? If there isn't any other comments, I want to thank you again for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will end this presentation, which was called By the River of Babylon, with Psalms 137, where your brother got the title. I was going to name it The Two Babylons, but I couldn't because the Almighty never mentioned two Babylons. So I named this presentation By the Rivers of Babylon. Let us turn to that. Psalms 137 in closing.
137.
And it tells us in Psalms 137,
okay,
in closing, and it reads for us all. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they that wasted us required of us merit, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing Yahweh's song in a stranger's land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let our right hand forget our cunning. If we do not remember thee, let our tongue clear.
Shalom, my brothers. Shalom, my brothers. Shalom. Brother Friday.